Finance of February 3rd, 2026 is hereby called to order. I want to say a pleasant good morning to the listening and viewing audience and start off by saying happy Black History Month to all who celebrate, and also again to offer a word of caution as we've been having some heavy downpours this morning. Actually, it started last night and into the morning. So, we had a little bit of change of plans in regards to the hearing this morning, where I was scheduled to be on St. Thomas to conduct the hearing, but was forced to remain on St. Croix as a result of the cancellation of the morning flights here. I also want to take this opportunity to say Black History Month is more than honoring our past. It is a time to celebrate our achievements and Black excellence while moving forward with intention in ways that would positively shape present and future generations. I wanted to take this opportunity as well is to really, we've been seeing an increased amount of traffic accidents throughout our roadways, and this is territory-wide over the last few days and few weeks, and just to remind individuals to be cautious. Take your time, this is island life and ain't got far to go. These accidents have been claiming lives, many injuries throughout the diversions. I'm just asking everyone to please slow down, stay off your cell phone, avoid texts, because of course we know that some of these accidents are attributed to distracted driving, and it's really creating some havoc in our community. I also want to take this opportunity to offer my sincere condolences to my colleague, Senator Franklin Johnson, and the untimely passing of his daughter. Senator, you continue to be in our prayers during this difficult time of bereavement. Today marks the first meeting of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for this year. We have a packed agenda, and we'll hear a total of 7 bills, which include 1 new lease and 3 previously heard lease agreements, as well as bills redesignate funding sources, align the Division of Banking and Insurance and Financial Regulations and national standards, and promote roadway safety and establishment the Impaired Driving and Highway Sobriety Checkpoint Program Safety Fund. We have a busy day ahead, so at this time I'd like to remind everyone to please put your cell phones, turn them off or turn them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to please call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Present. Present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Present. Senator Fonseca. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 4 present, 3 absent. Mr. Chair, we can't hear you. Still can't.
The committee will take a 1-minute recess while we work out the technical issues. Committee stands in recess for 1 minute. And we're out of recess and back in record. And of course, before we went on the recess, we have some difficulties hearing Senator Frederick. Please test your mic again once more. Madam Clerk, can you record Senator Hubert Frederick as present, as well as recognize the presence of our Senate President, Senator Milton Potter, and our Senate Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis. I'm asking again for the viewing and listening audience to be a little bit patient with us. In addition to the weather conditions, we do have several power outages throughout both islands, so we experience some technical difficulties as we try to endeavor to be able to move this hearing along. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record, block number 1.
February 3rd, 2026, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, 10 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the following bills. Block 1, Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Accent Property Management, LLC, for parcel numbers 123 and 129 Subbase, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Randa De Souza, Chief Administrative Officer, Accent Property Management, LLC. Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Commercial Investments, LLC, for parcel number 30 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics, storage, warehouse, and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner via Department of Property and Procurement, and Judy Perez Ferdinand, General Manager, Commercial Investments, LLC. Bill number 36-0205, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for parcel numbers 12 and 12A, Submarine Base, Crown Bay Fill, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and 145 Crown Bay Fill Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement, Enrique Rodriguez, Managing Partner, Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC. And Bill number 36-0237, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and DM Hospitality, LLC, for parcel number 2C Crystal Garter, Queen's Quarter, St. Thomas, consisting of a 2-story building, and a portion of parcel number 3 Crystal Garter, consisting of a 2-story building to operate a food and beverage management company with a bakery and deli, a jewelry business management company, and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement, and Mr. Pash Daswani, Member, DM Hospitality, LLC. This ends the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Again, we have 4 measures in this block number 1. At this time, we go to the testifiers table to do a quick mic check, and before we hear from the bill sponsor and presentation of the bills. We'll start off with Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards. You recognize? A mic check.
Vincent Richards, good morning, from the Department of Property and Procurement.
Okay, Ms. D'Souza.
Rhonda D'Souza, Accent Property Management, LLC.
Good morning, Enrique Rodriguez, Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC.
Good morning, Girish Mirpuri, DM Hospitality.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Pash Daswani, DM Hospitality member.
Morning, and we do have someone online.
Good morning. Good morning. G. Perez Ferdinand, Commercial Investments, LLC, member.
Very well. Thank you. At this time, we'll go to the sponsor for presentation and the aforementioned bills, 36-0199, 36-0204, 36-0205, and finally 36-0237. Who speaks to these bills?
I do, Mr. Chair. I do, Mr. Chair. I do, Mr. Chair. 10412. 1212. I do, Mr. Chair.
You recognize and are part of a presentation and these bills.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our testifiers. Colleagues, I offer bill number 36-0199, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the governor. The bill approves a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Accent Property Management, LLC, for 2 industrial parcels at the sub-base in St. Thomas. The bill authorizes a 30-year lease with options for 3 additional 10-year renewals of approximately 1.6 acres of government property for $144,000 annually. The lease will develop and manage the premises for commercial subtenants according to an approved development plan, as required by Title 31 Virgin Islands Code, Section 205C. Legislative approval is necessary for leases exceeding 1 year. The governor has already approved this agreement, and it represents an opportunity to generate consistent revenue for the territory while facilitating economic development in the industrial sector. I ask for your consideration of this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Should I go through all of them?
Yes, please go ahead and proceed. In the essence of time, let's go ahead and proceed with all of them.
Okay. Next, I'm pleased to introduce bill number 36-0204, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the governor. The bill approves a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Commercial Investments, LLC, for a property at a submarine base in St. Thomas. The bill authorizes a 30-year lease with 2 options for additional 10-year renewals of approximately 0.4 acres of improved government property to be used as a logistics storage warehouse. The lease provides for an initial reduced rent of $500 per month for the first 2 years, followed by $48,000 annually thereafter. As required by Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Section 205C, legislative approval is necessary for leases exceeding 1 year. The governor approved this agreement in June 2025, and it represents an opportunity to generate revenue from underutilized government property while supporting commercial logistics operations in our territory. I respectfully ask for your consideration of this measure. At the appropriate time, I must add, Mr. Chair, there are amendments to each of these three bills, the one 36-0199, as well as 36-0204. I offer also bill number 36-0205, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the governor. This bill approves a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC for waterfront commercial properties at the submarine base in St. Thomas. The bill authorizes a 30-year lease with options for 3 additional 10-year renewals of approximately 1.38 acres of waterfront property zoned for commercial industrial use. The lease includes a 12-month rent-free construction period, followed by an annual rent of $12,000. The premises will be used for bulk storage, subleasing to approved tenants, parking, and other permitted purposes. As required by Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Section 205C, legislative approval is necessary for leases exceeding 1 year. The governor approved this agreement in July 2025, and it represents an opportunity to vacate underutilized waterfront property while generating revenue and supporting commercial development in the Crown Bay area. There is also an amendment that will reflect renegotiated terms that will be offered at a later time. And finally, Mr. Chair, I introduce bill number 36-0237, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the governor. The bill approves a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and DM Hospitality LLC for commercial properties on Crystal Garter in downtown St. Thomas. The bill authorizes a 30-year lease with 2 options for additional 10-year renewals of approximately 0.26 acres of improved property consisting of 2 buildings. The premises will be used to operate a food and beverage management company with a bakery and deli, a jewelry business management company, and other related purposes. The lease features a graduated rent structure, $100 per month for the first year, $300 per month for years 2 to 3, $600 per month for years 4 to 10, and $12,000 annually thereafter. As required by Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Section 205C, legislative approval is necessary for leases exceeding 1 year. The governor approved this agreement in December of 2025, and it represents an opportunity to activate downtown commercial space while supporting local business development and entrepreneurship. Finally, Mr. Chair, I offer bill number 36-0219, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the governor.
One second, Senator. That's in the second block.
Okay,
That's in the second block.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation of the aforementioned bills 36-0199, 36-0204, 36-0205, which was previously heard on November 17th, 2025, and had been recommended for reconsideration and renegotiation, as well as bill number 36-0237. I'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Carla Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And at this time, we'll go to Assistant Commissioner Richards for a presentation on these leases.
Good morning, Committee Chair Novelli Francis Jr., Vice Chair Marvin A. Blyden, committee members, The Honorable Senators Kurt A. Viale, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Ray A. Fonseca, Hubert L. Frederick, and Maurice C. James Esquire, non-committee members, Central, and legislative staff, my fellow testifiers, visitors present in chambers, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. I appear today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to offer testimony on 4 proposed lease agreements in the St. Thomas, St. John District, which are before the Senate, this committee for consideration. The department requests this committee and ultimately the full Senate's approval of these lease agreements between the government of the Virgin Islands and Accent Property Management, LLC, Commercial Investments, LLC, Submarine Base Warehouses, LLC, and DM Hospitality, LLC. The lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Accent Property Management, LLC, is for parcels number 123 and 129, Subbase St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Accent will perform major capital improvements to these Hurricanes Marilyn, Irma, and Maria damaged buildings and will conduct a phased redevelopment of the property. Accent will establish and manage a slate of subtenants on the premises. The terms of this lease agreement is for 30 years with additional options if the lessee is not in default. The annual rent will be $44,000 annually, but the lessee will pay a reduced rent during the construction and stabilization period of this lease agreement. The lessee will be required to pay additional rent of up to 30% of all base rent collected from its subtenants. Accent will undertake at its own expense and cost phased property improvements valued at approximately $3 million. On parcel number 123, Accent will repair the existing building or, if necessary, demolish the structure and construct a new building in its place. On parcel number 129, the lessee will renovate the interior and exterior of the building, repair the roof, and replace the windows, wooden siding, and doors. When completed, this project will bring an additional 40,000 square feet of warehouse and office space back online and into the market. Accent and the department executed a 1-year lease agreement during which Accent has already expended tens of thousands of dollars in removing over a dozen derelict vehicles, boats, appliances dumped on the property, as well as installing a gate to control unauthorized access to the property. The lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Commercial Property Investments is for parcel number 30, Submarine Base, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of a one-story building. The property will be used as a logistics storage warehouse and for other related purposes. This lease agreement is for 30 years with renewal options once the lease is not in default. The annual rent will be $60,000 in installments of $5,000 monthly during the term of the lease. The lessee shall be required to pay reduced rent during a permitting and construction period of up to 12 months. If the lessee subleases any part of the or whole of the premises, they shall be required to pay an additional rent of 30% of all base rent collected from its subtenants. Commercial Investments shall provide at its own expense and cost the following improvements at an estimated cost of $500,000. The improvements include demolishing and rebuilding the interior offices, repairing and or replacing a roof, repairing or replacing exterior metal wall panels and insulation, upgrading dated plumbing, electrical, and HVAC systems, replacing roll-up doors, installing exterior lighting and perimeter fencing, installing a security and surveillance system, and installing an emergency generator. When completed, this project will bring an additional 4,500 square feet of warehouse and office space back online and into the market. The lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Submarine Base Warehouses, LLC is for parcel number 12, 12A, and 145 Submarine Base, St. Thomas. Under this agreement, the tenant will develop 2 brand-new buildings to be used as a bulk storage warehouse and/or flex spaces, along with parking and other permitted uses on the premises. The lease term is for 30 years with optional terms if the lessee is not in default. The annual rent is $36,000, payable in monthly installments of $3,000. In addition to the base rent, submarine warehouses will pay the government up to an additional 30% of all base rent collected from subtenants. Sub-base warehouses, at its own expense and cost, will demolish the current derelict structure on the property, clear debris, immediately saving the government between $300,000 to $800,000. It previously planned to spend, now redirecting those funds to the acquisition of alternative properties. Submarine warehouses is also required to install security fencing and repave the parking area. When completed, this project will bring an additional 30,000 square feet of new warehouse space and flexible space into the tight commercial and industrial zone market, helping to meet the growing demand for modern business space and to support recovery and infrastructure of projects in the territory. The lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and DM Hospitality, LLC, is for parcel number 2C, Crystal Gata, and a portion of parcel number 3, Crystal Gata, Queens Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Both properties consist of, on both properties sit a 2-story building where the lessee will operate a food and beverage management company with a bakery and deli, jewelry management services, and other related purposes. The purpose of this lease agreement, the term of this lease agreement is for 30 years with additional option terms if the lessee is not in default. The annual rent will be $12,000 annually. A reduced rent will be paid during the construction and stabilization period of the lease, while DM Hospitality undertakes at its own cost and expense phased property improvements valued at approximately $250,000 or more. The structure is located within the historic town of Charlotte Amalia. Thus, the improvements are all subject to the approval of the Historic Preservation Committee. DM Hospitality has previously renovated multiple buildings and spaces within the district. Their latest project is the opening of the Island Grind located on Main Street, featuring a deli, cafe, and wine bar offerings. As outlined in the lease agreement, DM Hospitality shall repair and renovate the interior and exterior of the building, the electrical, the plumbing, HVAC, and other mechanical systems, including installing an emergency backup generator, security lighting, and cameras. This project will restore and repurpose another underutilized property within the GVI's real estate portfolio, contribute to the economy and the economy, preservation of a historic asset, and the continued revitalization of Charlotte Amalia. The inclusion of a revenue sharing component for subtenants and ensures that the government benefits not only from the base rent, but also from the commercial success of any of these developments. This performance-based provision incentivizes the lessees to maintain high occupancy and ensure a growing, diverse revenue stream for the government over time. These structured rents schedules are both prudent and feasible, as it balances immediate financial responsibility with long-term economic and infrastructural gains for the Government of the Virgin Islands. By providing a reduced construction period rent during the earlier years, the agreements allow the lessees to direct critical capital towards the site preparation and development costs, including demolition, debris removal, and construction. These phased projects are essential to transforming currently underutilized government property into productive and revenue-generating assets. Collectively, these projects will bring approximately 74 to 75,000 square feet of desperately needed office and warehouse spaces to the market, strengthening our commercial and industrial capacity. Just as importantly, they will enhance the appearance and functionality of their surrounding areas while supporting the growing demand generated by disaster recovery and reconstruction efforts anticipated over the next decade. These investments will create meaningful opportunities for our locally based developers and locally owned businesses, while helping to address the shortage of quality commercial space within the St. Thomas district. These locally driven developments align seamlessly with the broader revitalization initiatives of the government on the Virgin Islands, as they plan to that's planned to undertake in the sub-base area. Together, they represent a transformative step towards rebuilding and re-energizing this critical district. At the conclusion of the lease terms, the properties will all be returned to the government in significantly improved condition. For these reasons, the Department of Property and Procurement respectfully requests that the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance vote in favor of these lease agreements, which will unlock the full value of GVI-owned properties and strengthen the long-term future of the territory. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your consideration of these leases. I stand ready to answer any question you may have. Thank you for the consideration. This concludes my testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Vincent Richards, for presentation of the bills. At this time, we'll go to the Rhonda D'Souza, and at her conclusion, we'll go ahead and show the video pictures of the particular site before we move on to the next bill. At this time, Rhonda D'Souza, you recognize for your testimony.
Good morning. Chairman Senator Noble E. Francis, Jr. Vice Chair Senator Marvin E. Blyden. Committee members, Senator Kirk Vielle, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert Frederick, and Senator Maurice James. Non-committee members, Senate President Milton E. Potter, and Senator Carla Joseph. My name is Rhonda D'Souza, and I serve as the Chief Administrative Officer and General Manager of Accent Property Management, LLC. I'm a proud UVI graduate and an active residential landlord with experience in restoring historical properties in the Virgin Islands. I am before you again today, not with discouragement, but with a renewed sense of purpose. When I walked out of these halls after my last hearing on November 17, 2025, I carried a profound feeling of readiness. While I admit there was a slight disappointment that the project was not immediately approved, that feeling was quickly minimized by the support from my family, colleagues, and friends. Most importantly, I was deeply encouraged to learn that members of our community, including my financial team, were watching and hearing and following the discussions closely. Shortly afterward, I received a message reminding me that all isn't lost. That simple but powerful sentiment reaffirmed what we believe. The community is engaged. My financial team is supportive, and everyone is invested in the success of this project. Knowing that the public is paying attention and standing behind this effort strengthens my determination and brings me here today with a renewed purpose, optimism, and commitment. As a reminder, Bill number 36.0199 concerns the lease of parcel 123 and 129 in Subbase, over 36,000 square feet of industrial land in a vital commercial corridor. These properties are currently in significant disrepair. However, Accent Property Management has already demonstrated our commitment by investing over $20,000 of our own capital to clear debris, remove abandoned vehicles, secure the site, and conducted environmental assessments even prior to lease approval. The need for this development remains urgent. As the territory enters the multi-billion-dollar rebuilding phase, we lack adequate industrial space to support the companies handling this reconstruction. Our proposed redevelopment would solve this by bringing this space back online to support logistics, storage, and local contractors. Our strategy is clear. We will stabilize the buildings, modernize the yard for industrial circulation, and attract a diverse mix of tenants ranging from manufacturers to service sector support companies. The market is ready. I am ready. My team is ready. This project will create jobs, generate revenue through a shared structure, and bring long dormant public assets back into productive use. I respectfully ask for your support of Bill number 36-0199 as we look forward to working closely with the government to unlock the full potentials of these properties for the benefit of the community. I thank you for your time and consideration again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Randa D'Souza, for presentation on Bill number 36-0199. At this time, media, can you please show the photos of that particular area, as well as to ask the Assistant Commissioner if he will narrate the photos.
Good morning, Vincent Richards from the Department of Property and Procurement again. The photograph on the screen detects, represents number 12 and number 12A, parcel 12, parcel 12A subbase, and parcel 145 subbase to the right. And these are the subject properties that submarine base warehouses is intending to develop. Next slide, please. This is number 145 subbase. Next slide, please. This is a closer look at 145 subbase. Next slide, please. This is 145 subbase again. You can see the roof, move back. You can see the roof is completely destroyed or taken off on the western side end of the building. Next slide, please. This is the rear of the building. Next slide, please. This is inside the building of where the roof is taken off. And you can see from the debris inside, this property was cleared post Irma Maria. It was destroyed in Irma Maria. And as you can see on the debris inside, there are several vagrants living inside the building. We've tried to secure it multiple times. There's a fence around the building, but somehow they managed to still get in and utilize the building. Next slide, please. So just for some context, this is a former BMV, as well as the former motor pool for the VI Police Department. Post Irma Maria, the police department moved their operations to subbase and joined it with the operation for the Department of Property and Procurement. We've since been instructed to consolidate our operations, and we're now redesigning and upgrading the motor pool facility for the Department of Property and Procurement in subbase to accommodate not just VIPD permanently, but also public works to some degree. So, doing more with less, basically using the PWs from FEMA and consolidating them to one, and basically running a more efficient and streamlined operations to save money. Next slide, please. It's another photograph of the same 145. Next slide, please. This is one of the proposed renderings the developer has proposed to redevelop that space into. Clearly, it looks much better than what's there now, and it would blend very nice into the upgrades that are planned and ongoing in the sub-base area. Next slide, please. This is another proposed rendering.
All right, Assistant Commissioner, I was hoping to just cover the 123, 129, and then move on to the others. But it seems like, I guess, the slides may not be in any specific order.
I could fast forward if you'd like me to, or I could continue and just.
Yeah, I was hoping to just be able to at least show the public and the listening audience as we go along with the requests that we'll do the photos simultaneously. If we could get to the 129, 123, 129, media?
Yes, okay, Senator, Mr. Chair, yes, we're there. Depicted on the screen is 129 and 123 subbase. If we look at 123 to the lower right-hand corner, the building is about a third of it is sheared off. That damage is dates back to Hurricane Marilyn. And yes, I did say Hurricane Marilyn, sir. A third of the building is sheared off and damaged, and I believe the developer is conducting engineering assessment to see whether or not they can repair this building or they're going to demolish it completely and rebuild it. That building represents potentially about 15,000 square feet of space if redeveloped. And then the other side is number 129. Next slide, please. This is 123. This is what it looked like basically before Accent Property Management started redeveloping and mitigating the site. Next slide, please. This is another slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These are one of the boats that were left on the property, that littered the property. Next slide, please. These are some of the vehicles that were on the property. I believe there was like over a dozen vehicles there. Next slide, please. When they started removing, they found several vehicles, burnt out vehicles in the vicinity. There's a lot of drug paraphernalia and other paraphernalia that I wouldn't mention. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I've been asked about experience. Accent, Mr. Souza here has been involved in renovation of projects before. This is one project, one property on the island of St. Croix that Ms. D'Souza and her group worked on. You can see what it looked like before. Next slide, please. This is a concept of what they had planned to do with the building and what it looked like. Next slide, please. This is them going through demolition. Next slide. Next slide. Next. This is the building currently as it looks now at the completion of our renovation. Next slide, please. Next. Next. This is another property I believe that they're looking at developing as well. Next slide, please. This is in downtown Christiansted, St. Croix. So, next slide, please. This is a rendering of what they plan to do with one of the buildings in subbase when they're done. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is one of the buildings that they also plan to tackle. It's a former shinnery building. It's got a very aged wooden cedar siding on there. All that siding is gray. It started out brown. It's all gray now, dried, rotted. There's water inundated into the building. There's mold in the building. The last occupant of the building was Haida, and they ran out of there post Irma Maria. And we've been in several discussions with multiple groups about renovating this building for us, and we've been unsuccessful until now. Next slide, please. This is another side of the building. This is a close-up of the building. Go back. This is a close-up of the building. You can see where some of the tiles on the side of the building is sheared off. And basically, look at some of the windows, they're busted, waters are inundating into the building. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of what they propose to do with the building, replacing the wooden siding with metal siding and replace all the windows and basically renovate the building from inside out. Next slide, please, or outside in. Next slide, please. Next slide. So that's basically it on 123 and 129. Sir, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner, as well as thank you very much, Mr. Souza. At this time, we recognize Judy Perez Ferdinand for her testimony on Bill number 36-0204. Ms. Ferdinand. One second, Ms. Ferdinand. Go ahead. There you are. You may start over. Go ahead. Ms. Ferdinand, you need to unmute your device. You're muted. We're not hearing you. You just need to unmute.
Could you hear me, Senator?
Now we can.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Committee Chair Novalee Francis Jr., Vice Chair Marvin E. Blyden, Committee members, Honorable Senators Kurt A. Valley, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Ray Fonseca, Hubert L. Frederick, and Maurice C. Jane, non-committee members, central and legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in the chambers. I am Judy S. Perez Ferdinand, member and general manager of Commercial Investment LLC. And I appear this morning to offer testimony on the proposed lease agreement currently before this committee and request this committee's and the full Senate approval of the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Commercial Investment LLC. I have called the Virgin Islands home for decades. I am a proud mother and grandmother, a retired DLCA enforcement officer, and the owner of J's and Perez Enterprises. Since my retirement from DLCA, I have continued to serve this community as a business consultant, expeditor, and residential real estate developer and property manager. These combined professional experiences have prepared me for the next chapter investing in and advancing commercial real estate development and logistics in our territory. Lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Commercial Investment LLC is for parcel number 30 subbase. St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of one-story building. The property will fully renovated and used as a climate-controlled logistics storage, warehouse, and for other related purposes. The term of this lease agreement is for 30 years, with renewal options terms if we remain in good standing. The renegotiated annual rent will now be $60,000, payable in monthly installments of $5,000 during a reduced permitting and construction period of 12 months. Commercial investment will pay a reduced rent to allow resources to be directed towards permitting rehabilitation and capital improvements. If the property is ever subleased, commercial investments will remit to the government of the Virgin Islands up to 30% of all rent collected. Commercial Investments LLC plans to invest an approximately $500,000 in critical improvements. These include demolishing and rebuilding the interior office space, repairing the leaky roof and exterior metal wall panels, installing installation, upgrading plumbing, electrical, and HVAC systems, replacing metal roof cup doors, installing exterior and exterior lighting. Interior lighting and perimeter fencing. Implementing a full security and surveillance system, improving the container loading dock, and installing an emergency generator and operational solar panel. These upgrades will not only restore the building, but also transform it into a modern, efficient, and secure commercial access for the sub-base area. This project is deeply personal to me because it is a woman-led development built from vision, determination, hard work, and the belief that women in the Virgin Islands can and should play a leading role in shaping our economy future. It is also a multi-generational project, one that I am building not only for myself, but for my children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, so they can see what is possible when we commit to creating something lasting for our community. Beyond the business aspect, this facility will provide critical support for our disaster recovery efforts, offering secure climate control space at a time when our Tory is still rebuilding and preparing for the future. For me, this is more than a lease or a renovation. This is a legacy of East Islands service, and hope that I am then a lease for service. I hope I am honored to continue to contribute to the Virgin Islands. I respectfully ask for your support of this lease agreement and look forward to the opportunity to begin this work in partnership with the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perez Ferdinand, for your testimony on Bill number 36-0204. At this time, media, if we could show the photos of 30 sub-base. And if we could get the Assistant Commissioner to narrate.
Forward, please. Forward. No. No, back, please. I apologize. There we go. Okay, thank you. Good morning again, Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. The building that we're speaking about is depicted with the red arrow next to it. It's located in Subbase. It's currently used as the school lunch program building for the Department of Education. The building is in significant disrepair. We've had multiple complaints about the building from the Department of Education. They're in the process of moving their operations to the former Island Block facility or complex that was purchased for the Department of Education. Next slide, please. I wanted to provide some context in terms of experience and background. And in the photograph is one of the structures that Ms. Perez has spearheaded the development of. Next slide, please. This photograph is another property that Ms. Perez has spearheaded and I believe is still under construction, a residential project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I believe this is a concept of another property that Ms. Perez is developing in the west end of St. Thomas as well, another residential, but I believe four additional units for Ms. Perez. So, I wanted to, I spoke to Ms. Perez after our last hearing here, and in my side conversations, I know, there were some questions about ability, everybody's here ability and their potential, and I just asked them for some reference to show that us locally can do things. We are doing things. A lot of us are very private about what we do. But we had to demonstrate. We're coming back here again, so we wanted to make sure we demonstrated the local capacity that we have locally. We have all of our developers here. They have their financing, they have their business plan, they have their development plans that they submitted to the Department of Property Procurement, and they're ready to go. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards, and thank you for providing some additional context. It's critical that we're able to provide that to the public as well as we contemplate, these leases before us. So thank you for the context. And thank you, Ms. Perez Ferdinand, for your testimony. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Enrique Rodriguez, Managing Partner, Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for his testimony.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, Vincent Richards again. In the lease agreement with commercial investments, they and everyone here in, I believe, section 2.03, there is a provision there that if for some reason the GVI cannot immediately turn over control of the property and there's a delay, that the government is not held responsible. And they all understand, I believe commercial investments understand that there is an operation going on there. There's a transition going on of that operation, and it may be their project may be delayed, and they understand. And the government of the Virgin Islands is protected under the agreement that it can't be held liable for not turning over a building at any time. So just want to make that clear and put that on the record. I apologize, but thank you, sir.
Thank you for that. At this time, Mr. Rodriguez, you recognize for your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Senator Novelli Francis Jr., Vice Chair Senator Marvin A. Blyden, members of the committee, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Kurt Violet, Senator Maurice James, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, non-committee members present, Senator Carla Joseph, and our Senate President Milton E. Potter. I want to thank you for allowing me to return. My name is Enrique Rodriguez, appearing on behalf of Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC. This is my second appearance regarding this lease, and I want to begin by acknowledging the committee's feedback in the first hearing. We took your concerns seriously. We went back to the table, worked closely with the Department of Property and Procurement, and renegotiated the agreement. The revised lease strengthens protections for the government, clarifies responsibility, reflects the guidance provided by this body. I hope the updated version meets your expectations. The purpose of our request remains straightforward: to activate long idle government property, generate revenue for the territory, support local employment, provide logistics and storage capacity that St. Thomas urgently needs, especially given the significant public and private investment now moving through the Virgin Islands economy. These parcels at the Crown Bay Phil have sat without productivity for years. With your approval, they can become contributing to the economic activity almost immediately, while the government retains ownership of the land and ultimately gains full value for all improvements made. Our commitment is simple: to be responsible stewards of the property, to meet every obligation outlined in the lease, to move quickly so that the community sees tangible progress. I want to thank you for your time, your service, and the opportunity to return with revised terms. I respectfully ask for your support of Bill number 36-0205. I welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rodriguez. At this time, media, can you show the photos of 145 subbase? Assistant Commissioner, if you could just narrate.
Microphone, please. Okay, there we go. Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement again. This is 145 subbase. It's the former Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Next slide, please. This is 145 again. You can look and notice that the roof is destroyed. Next slide, please. Back of the building. Next slide, please. The interior of the building. Next slide, please. Interior of the building. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is a proposed rendering of what the developer hopes to replace the building with in short order. Next slide, please. This is another rendering of a possible building to be replaced on the replace the existing building on the property. Next slide, please. Another possible rendering. Next slide, please. This is number 12 and 12A subbase. The current property from the roadside. Next slide, please. This is number 12 and 12A. This is currently what's there. I believe we have an occupant that's been on the property for several years, non-performing, and we're in the middle of legally removing them from the property. Next slide, please. This is the same number 12. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. These are two proposed renderings of what possibly could be placed on the property, and in terms of the aesthetics of how it'll look compared to how it looked before. So that's basically it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Dashwani for his testimony on Bill number 36-0237.
Good morning, everyone. Since protocol has already been established, I'm actually have my partner, Girish Mirpuri, read the testimony. Thank you.
Morning.
You must proceed. Put your name on the record again.
Good morning. My name is Girish Mirpuri. Good morning to all honorable senators, Honorable Chairperson Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Vice Chair Senator Marvin Blyden, honorable senators and committee members Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Kurt Violet, Senator Ray A. Fonseca, Senator Hubert Frederick, my apologies, Senator Maurice James, Senate President Milton E. Potter, Senator Carla Joseph, and Senator Avery Lewis. Again, my name is Girish Mirpuri. I'm a locally born Virgin Islander, and this is my business partner, Pastor Swani, and we're both members of DM Hospitality. We are here this morning to provide testimony for our vision for the parcel and spaces at 2C Chris Lagata and a portion of parcel 3 at Chris Lagata, located in the Queens Quarter on St. Thomas. The subjective property is publicly owned and has remained vacant and underutilized for an extended period of time. In its current condition, the property does not generate any meaningful public benefit and continues to deteriorate absent sustained use and investment. The purpose of our proposed lease is to allow for the rehabilitation, maintenance, and productive use of the property through our private investment without reliance on public funding and while preserving the government's ownership and oversight. We propose to rehabilitate the property and utilize as follows. On the lower level of the building, we'll develop a commissary kitchen to support our centralized food preparation for our coffee shops located at the airport and now on Main Street. We'll also be adding cold storage facilities in the parking area and quality control for multiple food and beverage operations that we conduct. On the upper level, this will become our office and administrative space for our locally owned businesses, including our accounting, human resources, management, compliance, jewelry management, and other back office functions. This will ensure consistent daily occupancy, operational efficiency, and sustained activity at the site. Pursuant to the lease, our group commits to invest no less than $250,000 in improvements to the property. All improvements will be completed at the sole cost and risk of our group and in compliance with all applicable zoning, permitting, historic preservation, building, safety, and environmental requirements. The activation of this property will contribute to the stabilization and improvement of the Crystal Gata corridor, an area with recognized historical significance but limited recent private investment. Productive use of this property will support employment, increase daytime activity, and promote responsible stewardship of our public assets. Our group has also previously undertaken similar rehabilitation projects within Charlotte Amalie, including the property formerly known as the Daily News Building on Back Street. In our testimony, we have attached several photos that shows this underutilized property before and after, and has been fully restored through us and placed now into productive use. These projects demonstrate our group's capacity to execute long-term investments responsibly and in coordination with applicable government agencies. The proposed lease also contains material protections for the government of the Virgin Islands, included but not limited to reversion of all permanent improvements to the government upon expiration or termination of the lease without compensation, full responsibility by our group for insurance, maintenance, repairs, and taxes assessed on the improvements, compliance with all local laws and regulations, and clear default, termination, and enforcement provisions preserving the government's rights and remedies. The proposed lease provides a mechanism for the revitalization of a dormant public asset through private investment while safeguarding the government's ownership interests and avoiding public expenditure. Based on the proposed use, the investment commitment, and a demonstrated performance, our group, DM Hospitality, respectfully requests the legislature's approval of the lease agreement. Thank you for your service and the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marbury, for your testimony there. Media, can you go ahead and show the photos of number 2C and 3 Crystal Gata? Commissioner Richards.
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement again. On the screen is a photograph of the subject property. It's partially masonry and partially wood. It's a historic building. It's in the Crystal Gata, on Crystal Gata. Next slide, please. This is a photograph and/or rendering of the eastern side of the building. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the same side, eastern side of the building, where the developers plan to put dry and cold storage. Next slide, please. This is the Main Street Island Grind location that they just recently completed and opened. Next slide, please. They renovated this building top to bottom, inside out. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is the interior of the building they just completed. Next slide, please. Interior. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we showed the we showed the potential of this developer, as well as and what they can do. And I would ask this committee's support to renovate, to lease and renovate the Crystal Gata building. It's an area of downtown that hasn't gotten as much investment and attention as a Main Street, but clearly as you walk the town, you'll realize that there's a renaissance going on the non-Main Street properties, and legislation and programs that this body put in place is fueling the incentives and making it financially viable for these developers to make these projects possible. On the screen now is the former Daily News building that they renovated. Next slide, please. Mr. If you want to mention what you did.
Sure. Good morning, Girish Mapuri from DM Hospitality. Yes, that's our last project was a full renovation of the former Daily News building. The slide on the screen shows the outdoor courtyard before and after. The building was not occupied since Hurricane Marilyn and was further heavily devastated during Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Next slide, please. This is the roof level of the building. The roof has been completely destroyed off the property. It has now been fully resealed. It's currently fully ready now for a next investment and project of possibly bringing back the roof. Next slide. This is the outside of the building before and after. The full building was fully repainted, scraped, replastered, and all the masonry work involved required. Next slide, please. This is another angle on the side. Next slide. This is the interior of the space, multiple bays inside. As you'll see, both bays were, again, not occupied for close to 30 years, and now serves as a administrative and headquarters space for all of our operations. Next slide. This is a back bay within the building. Again, not occupied. I think this was close to 36 years. Now is a small commercial ghost kitchen for one of our operations. Next slide. I think that's all.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may, Assistant Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I mean, if we're honest and direct, there were parts of downtown Charlotte Amalia that we wouldn't walk during the day, never mind at night, with lights, with activity, commercial activity. It makes it now a go zone. The subject property that we're redeveloping, or proposed to redeveloping with these gentlemen, it was formerly used by the Virgin Islands Department of Education. I believe there's mold and different issues with the building. These folks are stepping up and want to invest in the building and generate commercial activity, generate taxes, generate employment in that building. So again, we just respectfully ask for your consideration, and please walk the space if you haven't walked in a while, and always feel free to reach out to me with any questions you may have in terms of with that building or other buildings. And we will be coming to you with some more properties as well in the historic district. We have increased interest in underutilized, what do you want to call them, derelict or abandoned buildings in the historic district of Charlotte Amalia. I believe I have a few more months to go, but before this stint is over, we're going to have almost every single piece of government-built property in Charlotte Amalia and hopefully in Frederickstead and Christiansted reactivated and make it producing of activity as well as investment as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards, for presentation there. And I must say that again, I'm very proud of and excited by certainly the prospect as well as the future potentials in some of these buildings. We have turned eyesores into certainly economic activities. Again, small business fuel the economy of and our budget here in the Virgin Islands. So we appreciate the work that has been done. We know that we have been rather critical of you at times, and you're not out the woods yet. But I'm excited about the things that you have put forth and the future potentials and the activities. And more importantly, at least we're addressing some of the safety issues, because we know that these buildings have presented some challenges as well with fires and other issues. So we appreciate the improvement that we're seeing in terms of the eyesore. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor to my colleagues for a 5-minute round. Certainly, if you need more time, I'll exercise that as well. And we'll recognize Senator Blyden, you recognize at this time for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, testifiers. And thank you so much for your testimonies and your investment in this territory. I know it's not easy, but at the same time, I appreciate you taking a risk and moving forward with your projects. I must say economic development is important for us all, especially now, whereas there are many robust things going on in our community, to include these bundled and other investors and investments in our territory. And for you to have the foresight of bringing your proposal forward to assist in that space is commendable. In respect to bill number 36-0199, Ascent Property Management LLC, to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants. And also you spoke to being ready, Ms. You said, Ms. De Souza, you say you're ready because of the market, willing and able to move forward. And I appreciate that. I saw and see your excitement. I see your urgency, and I see that you are willing and able to move forward. Let me ask you one quick question, though, in respect to your investment. You have all the pieces in place and ready to go. You're ready to go, for sure.
Yes, I know. We're just waiting on the lease approval, and we can move forward with everything.
Okay, very well. Good luck.
Thank you.
On your investment. Let me speak to bill number 36-0204, which is for a logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes. Let me ask in respect to that investment. What made you decide to do logistics storage warehouse? That's Miss.
Senator Biden.
Yes. Speak to me quickly, briefly.
It's been my passion. It's been my passion to. It's been my passion to do that, and I know we need spaces. We need storage spaces.
Those rendering that the assistant commissioner showed of some of the projects you have done before, I would have liked to see some before pictures. They are beautiful, good work. I like the craftsmanship, but I would have liked to see some the before and after pictures. But nonetheless, I do concur that you are ready to move forward in terms of the work and have the expertise in terms of hiring the individuals to do the work. So you got my support. And I know I know you a long time. I know what you mean and what type of person you are. So you do got my support, have my support. Bill number 36-0205 in respect to bulk storage and establishing a slate of subtenants also on the premises. Good day, Mr. Rodriguez. How you doing?
Good day.
Of course, we know the type of work you have done in respect to the different projects you have done, all successful. And the rendering, I like the first rendering, not the second one. I really like the first rendering. I think it fits with that area. And in respect to storage, though, I know we need storage. There's a shortage of storage. I know last time you spoke to your research and what is necessary when it comes to storage. How much employees you spoke to again? How much employees you say you might be employing as a result of your investment?
At these two particular sites, probably north of 6 for each one, probably.
6 for each one. Okay, very well.
I mean, sorry, I apologize. That's after the construction, but during the construction, obviously the crews would probably be much larger.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, though, in respect to that space, though.
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute? Quick, briefly, in terms of parking, how much parking space we speaking to for that area?
Well, it depends on the configuration that we finally settle on, whether we do more building and parking, but there are DP&R requirements that per a certain size building, you have to have X number of spaces. I do not have that answer for you right now.
You don't have an answer for me right now. But what do you have in mind? At least, okay, the least amount of spaces we're speaking to.
30 seconds.
So if there is warehouse construction, which is a priority, then there'll be less parking.
Give me a number. Give me a number. I gotta
At
go through
least
this.
30 spaces.
Thank you. Appreciate that. DM Hospitality. And I saw exactly what you have done and what you've been doing. And this is a very critical area, food and beverage management company, with all that's going on here in the territory and also the investment that's being made. And what we are
Time.
known for, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, let me ask you briefly in respect to your investment. Are you looking to target and work with our schools, etc., in terms of actually bringing in those individuals, training them, and getting them prepared? Are you working with a different hotels association, hotel industry, and are you working with in those spaces in terms of what's your plan in this space? Because I am very interested in what you're trying to do. It's something different, and I like it. Talk to me.
Good morning. My name is Pash Laswani. I'm one of the owners. Girish is my partner here. Thank you for the opportunity. So the answer is yes and yes. We have already approached young individuals who we want to do a training session with, especially in the current space that we have at Daily News, and we've already established that protocol is in place. And the answer to your second question is, have we approached hotels? We are currently working with the Western Hotel and producing for them. So the answer to that is yes as well.
And finally, including Mr. Chair, what about individuals who have like a small business and they really don't have the space? They live in a housing community or apartment and they need space to actually go and showcase what they have. Are you interested in something like that? And would you be doing anything like that?
Absolutely. We've already taken one step ahead on that, sir. If you have been to the airport, Island Grind, we have chosen and selected several young chefs, talent off the Virgin Islands, and we are already showcasing their food at the airport with the phrase called "Last Sip" in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much for what you're doing, and I vote yes for all of you guys. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. Morning. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you,
Senator Lewis.
Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the people at Virgin Islands. You know, I know most of you up there, but my question is really to Mr. Richards this morning, and this is nothing against the testifiers, and I'm for development 100%. Mr. Richards, a DMV property currently was already awarded to someone for demolition and so forth. Where is a new DMV going, and what's going to happen to that awarding?
So, gotta be careful how I answer you.
No, answer me correct.
I'll tell you the truth. The administration is in the process of acquiring two alternative properties for BMV, both on St. Croix and on St. Thomas. That's one. Number two, there is or was an award for the demolition. The amount is very cost prohibitive. With this lease agreement, there would be a net savings close to $1 million just for the demolition. And that saving could then be put into acquisition of a space that's more appropriate for the BMV. The history of that property currently is it's a flood zone. I remember seeing water literally bubbling out of the floor of the BMV when there's a heavy rain. I know everybody here remembers when they would literally go and put spray foam around the doors whenever there's going to be a heavy rain. And heavy rain can happen just like any given day like today.
I understand that. I'm just asking, where is a new DMV going? I am all for upgrading and things, but I am not for, we're going to give up the government land and then we're going to rent a space. So let's fix that today.
So
Nothing against none of the people in front of us today, but we have to do what's right. I am not giving up the government land to go rent nobody's space. So let's scratch that one today. So if you know you're going to tell me that today, let's not waste my time.
Government's not renting any space for the BMV, sir.
Good. With the new projects that are going on in Subbase, now, we just signed that, not we, but Viper just signed a deal with Royal Caribbean for over $200 million or something. How is these projects going to fit in with the synergy down there and what's not? I saw a nice rendering by Mr. Rodriguez, but there was 2 to 3 different renderings. So help me out. You know, we ain't gonna just come put containers on top of containers and moving forward. So how is it going to fit in with what we're trying to build the aesthetics? Even Ms. D'Souza, everybody on top of the hill, come down.
So I think that's a good question, Senator. They need to work with the aesthetics of making it better and improved. The kind of money that they're talking about investing, it has to look good. It has to look good to attract tenants that want to be there. It has to look good to be able to increase your rent roll. So you can ask that question to the developers, but
I'll come back to that. Because
we liked what we saw.
Yes, I'll come back to Mr. Rodriguez and to Ms. D'Souza in 1 second. What time? Let's move uptown now.
Yes, sir.
Where DM Properties is going to take over. That building, that complex is comprised of about 3 different buildings. Is Pash taking over all 3?
No, Senator, just one building, Senator.
Now, what's the plans for the other 2?
The other one has been leased out already previously in this body, and
okay,
and that's it.
If my memory serves me correct, if I'm watching the rendering, the picture correct, the one that DM is taking, leads over to the other street, right?
You enter the property.
It connects.
You
enter
the property from Crystal Gata. That's the only entrance to the property or exit is from Crystal Gata, Senator.
Okay. No.
There is a map in my presentation. The media didn't show the map, but there is a map that shows.
So where's adult education currently now?
I don't know
How long have they
specifically,
vacated?
but they've been out of that building since Hurricane Irma Maria, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, tell me in your proposal, how do you plan to upgrade and meet the synergy of what's going on in the Subbase area, just to be part of it, to make sure that, hey, Subbase is the space to be at?
So the architects involved in the project are definitely looking at the other areas to make sure that there is a cohesive development that fits for that area. So I know that needs to be a balance between retail and warehousing.
Mm-hmm.
So the architect is trying to find out how he can come to that final design before we go to the bank.
Good. Ms. D'Souza, not because you're on the hill, so tell me how you're going to make the hill look like, wow, what's up there?
Well, Senator, first one of the buildings is office space.
Yes.
So that says itself. That would definitely be.
1 minute.
Let me go through my history. You see the building in St. Croix?
No. Tell me how
You see how sexy that was? Okay, I plan on making those 2 buildings just as sexy as that. All right? Office space, of course, would be.
I ain't know the right term for in here today, but I'm going to leave it there. Mr. Pash, good morning. How you doing?
Well,
I heard you talk about employees.
yeah.
Tell me, new employee coming in, what does that job look like for that employee in terms of benefits?
Well, we have multiple, again,
Benefits.
30 seconds.
my name is Pash Daswani, just for the record. Currently, we have about 8 to 10 employees just managing the kitchen portion in the back for the 2 airport location and downtown location.
Mm-hmm.
We've also added some local, we've added the Westin as a vendor who's currently, we're preparing food for them as well. That answered Senator Blyden's question. So with the new property, if we still are leased in the old space, we'll be adding quite a few employees.
Time.
If we don't have the old space, then we'll probably looking at adding maybe 4 to 6 more to take it up to 10 employees in the new space.
Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up, because I don't think that Mr. Pasha understood my question when I talk about benefits. I talk about like health insurance
Oh,
and retirement and so forth.
Sorry, I
Yes.
just thought you meant quantity. I apologize. All our employees, full-time employees, get all of the above. They get health benefit, they get vacations, they get sick leave. Everything is, and life insurance along with the policy.
Good. And lastly, before I go, I don't abuse my time. To all of us here today, I don't care what you're building, how you build it, aesthetics, and make sure the facility is age-friendly. Don't put the restroom way in the back that when the seniors come, they're fighting to use the restroom, whatever. Make sure it's handicap accessible. Pasha, I ain't gonna got a problem with you. Let's put it in there. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, Assistant Commissioner recognized.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator Lewis, very good question, very good statement. All the lease agreements have a requirement in there that they're ADA compliant. So thank you very much, and it's in there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Richards, what about in terms of maintenance? How are we building in to ensure that there is upkeep of these buildings? Yes, we understand the initial injection that will go into funding and getting these buildings done, but in terms of long-term maintenance, what's built into the lease to ensure that that occurs?
Senator, good question. In the lease agreements, there are stipulations in there that the properties need to be maintained and kept a certain manner. If for any reason they're damaged, they need to be repaired within a specific time. If during our monthly inspections we notice a deficiency, we have a mechanism where we give notice, and they're required by the lease to cure within a specific amount of time, Senator.
Okay, and then who's policing that? You're saying property procurement and the property managers are responsible then to ensure that that mechanism is exercised and enforced?
The department inspects all of its leaseholds every month, and if we ever find deficiencies, we do have a mechanism internally where we give notice, and they have to be cured within a certain period of time. Yes, Senator.
How many such of those have been issued in the last 6 months?
I believe, I don't know in the last 6 months, but I know that we've given notice in the last 2 weeks. One in the last 2 weeks.
Very well. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good morning to the viewing and listening audience, all those tuned in, and also to our distinguished panel of testifiers. This morning was a little rough. I think I was out of power from about 10 o'clock last night to about 9:30 this morning. My sympathies to all of the residents that were affected. You know, that was a good little test. If we get a big storm, we spent federal government over $1 billion to strengthen the grid in St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John. And that was a test. I hope we get improvements. Excuse me, Bill 0237. You know, I'm going to tell you a story here, Papa. This here, you're right, Assistant Commissioner Richards. This used to be Commandant Gardner School. I went to Commandant Gardner School. Edith Williams, we have a statue of Edith Williams right there in Education Square. She was the principal. She had a little stick or something there. I think she must have given me a half a lash. So I'm familiar with this area. The Board of Education used to be right next door, and also they had a dentist. So in addition to being a Bovoni man and a Barn Savanero, I also spent a lot of time up street, Garden Street, Commandant Garda. So you see that? I got claimed to all over the place. So, Mr. Pash Daswani, so the area that you're going to renovate is where the principal, the area you're going to renovate is where the principal was. There's the other area, Vince, in the front coming down Garden Street. That's not in this package.
No, it's not, Senator.
Okay,
Vincent
so
Richards. No, it's not, Senator.
okay, so but I imagine based on your statements on the developments that's going on, you have that part which was actually a schoolhouse. Where you're renovating is where the principal office and the Board of Education used to be. So this is a go for me. I love this development. Okay, so Bill 36205, this is a locally owned business. You've been doing redevelopment, you're dedicated. This is good. So let me ask you now, you're gonna in the front of the building is open, and there's thousands of passengers walking by there now, and it currently don't have a sidewalk, or it does have a sidewalk, and it's Public Works is going to address that because thousands of people walk up there, going up to go up to Pueblo and where the DMV used to be. Is that accounted for, the pedestrian traffic?
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, good question. The Department of Public Works is the one that's responsible for managing the sidewalks. I believe, we are cognizant that that corridor is going to be transformed, and I could only assume that the Department of Public Works will do what they have to do to continue to maintain the sidewalks. The subject property starts from inside the sidewalk back towards the ocean. So I don't believe, the developer does not have jurisdiction over the sidewalk, but I would only assume that with the ingress and egress and the flow is going to be taken all into the design.
Okay, yeah, because thousands of people walk by there.
I would add this and say this though, but I have sat in the parking lot at Pueblo, and I have seen, I don't want to use the term vagrant, but I guess I have to. I have seen people that reside inside the building squeezing in and out of pieces of plywood that we've put on the building to basically secure the building and to enter and come out of the building. And, so.
Okay. I support Bill 36-205. I want to go on quickly to 360199. I also support this. I used to walk up at WB&B up on the hill, so that's Peace Hill. I traversed that road
1 minute.
Daily for a couple years. I remember when this here was built, so that's a definite yes for me. I'm glad and congratulations on developing that. I want to go to Bill 36-204, which I also support. And I have to congratulate you overall because these some of the items have been before us before, and there's been some significant modifications, and you've addressed a lot of the issues that this committee had. So I want to support also Bill number 36-204. So let me ask you now, so it's 30 years and it's a 10-year renewal. How long is going to be when the full
30
amount
seconds.
of 48,000 kick in? The construction, I know you have your projection here, but how long, how far off are we? Do we have design, and where are we?
Do we have design, you said?
Yeah, no, I'm asking Mr. Rodriguez.
We have preliminary designs, but we're trying to negotiate with some tenants to see the mix of whether or not we're going to be retail or more warehousing. We've got to find a good balance because you get more money for retail, which means more money for the government in the long run and less money for warehousing.
Yeah, also. And I think you used to go to Anglican school too, right?
I am an Anglican school graduate, class of 1981.
Yeah, see that? So you is a upstreet passy too. And so thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I support all of these leases.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Minority Leader. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Right off the bat, I've always had an issue with these leases and the terms. Even with Mr. Deswani, the term for the building, we get into that. Incidentally, the Daily News building, I used to work, my first job, I used to go Daily News, you buy newspaper for 5 cents, you sell it for 10 cents. That was back in the good old days. The Shinnery building, I worked there when I worked with the first entity, Haida. The building, the old inspection lane, I used to work there in the police motor pool in the early 70s. So I know all these properties and, you know, I understand the investments that you're making in this area to change our territory. But, Ms. De Sousa, I seen your annual rent at $144,000.
Yes, Senator.
I'll never agree to that. I'll never agree to you paying $144,000 a year for a sub-base property where, and then Ms. Perez, I forgot your last name.
Ferdinand Perez.
Ferdinand, I do apologize. Ms. Perez Ferdinand, $60,000 for the corner. I'll never agree to that. I don't agree to that either. I had issues, like I say, with one time maybe we went too low, maybe now we're going too high. Mr. Rodriguez, you paying $12,000 a year still. Okay, that's what I wanted to get the term, because I don't have all. I want to have the terms put out on the record for me, so I could hear. I may have different documentation. I mean, okay, so your terms are now currently. Well, before we get to your terms, I was told with the other property down where the gentleman sold construction, it was mentioned that legally removing tenant is what the assistant commissioner mentioned that is being done now. So my understanding is there is a court case, a legal settlement against this issue. Why? So are we renting something out or leasing something out when there's a court case going on? Richard? So Richards.
Hello.
Mike? Yeah.
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. We do not have a legal tenant that's there. The person that's there is quote unquote an occupant. They have no legal document with the government of the Virgin Islands to be there and to be operating there. So we're working with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and to.
So is there litigation going on?
There is
regarding that property.
When you say litigation, I mean there isn't a case in court. No.
Okay.
But we have mechanisms to use, and we're going to use those mechanisms to make sure we get control of the property.
Okay, so it sounds half a dozen. What is it? You know, how we they say it home? It's not clear what you're saying. You have mechanism 6 and 1/2, half a dozen next. You have mechanisms that you're getting. Is the person of the property, Mr. Rodriguez can't take control of the property because you have an issue with the person or entity that had the property before. Is that a fact?
The question is there someone on the property? Yes, there is someone operating on the property.
Okay, so it would cause an issue for Mr. Rodriguez obtaining that property currently if we do pass this lease.
There may be a delay in time, but in section 2.03 of the lease agreement, it states that the government, Mr. Rodriguez is protected, or the developer is protected from any financial loss due to the GVI not being able to give the property immediately.
And that's fine. Financial loss is the big part, but again, you know, still waiting. Okay, so that's one issue with that problem. So, Mr. Rodriguez, what are your new terms? If you could put them on the record, please. And everyone put their terms on the record. Assistant Commissioner, yes.
We tripled the amount that we had discussed before, and it's now $3,000 annually for the rent.
Okay, and are there other stipulations?
We reduced the construction period, I believe, as well.
Wait, okay. Again, I only got 5 minutes. I try and get direct questions because I'm saying, the issue that the properties were held not Mr. Daswani. His own came up after, because we had issues with the contract, basically the lease that they were signing, payments amount, that was the issue. Now, okay, before we get back to those, Mr. Daswani's property, state what the terms are. Or do I have to ask them, or should I just get
1
this
minute.
directly from you? I think in order to save time, give me the terms for each of the properties there, with all the different little stipulations, the different for each of the properties. Because I'm saying it's 1 year to 3 years, they had this amount and thing. That's what it is I would like put on the record.
So I'll reread the terms again. It was part of my testimony.
Okay.
But all the properties are different. They're different in of themselves.
I got it.
Some are raw land.
30 seconds.
Some is minor. Well, some is minimal. Some is minimal investment. Some are major investments. So I'll repeat. For Accent Property Management, their annual rent is $144,000 a year for 30 years. For commercial investments, their annual rent is $60,000 a year for 30
Time.
years. For submarine-based warehouses, raw land.
Wait, excuse me one second. Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up.
Yes, Senator, you may,
Okay.
you may wrap
All
up.
right.
Sure.
For submarine-based warehouses, raw land, the rent is $36,000 a year. And for DM Hospitality, their rent is $12,000 per year, Senator.
Okay, so 144, 60, 12, and 12.
Yes, Senator. Not 36
No,
and 12.
36.
And then 12, correct.
Okay, so they were always my issues prior to adding Mr. the Pash. So basically in Crystal Gata, again, I don't have a problem with you fixing up the properties and getting the lease, but they have terms where you're paying, I think, $100 for 2 years, and then $300 for 3 years, and then we go to $600, and then we go to the 12. Right. So that's what I'm saying. So in terms of how we are seeing the other properties, I'm seeing where even Ms. De Sousa, so you went from paying, what were you paying before, to 144?
If I may?
If you could answer it quick, because I'm on the chair's time.
Their
I wanna
numbers
get out.
stayed the same, that their construction period was reduced, and the amount of their construction period was reduced.
Okay, so because of time, we have a second one, we could address it, but thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I don't want to abuse my time.
Senator, I think it's...
If you could answer on the chair's time. Mr. Chair, if you could answer your time, if you don't mind.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
You may respond. Go ahead.
All these are different fruits. These are apples, oranges, pears, and guavas. I mean, everything is completely different. And I'll be happy to either on the record in another round, if there's another round, or on the side, basically sit and show you how they're all subjectly different and how we get to where we get. You prefer? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards. Thank you, Senator DeGraff. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
A pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, the Office of Hubert Frederick, and Central staff. My question is going to be a very generic question, and then whoever wants to jump in, but I have no problems. I'm so happy to see young developers willing to take on projects like these. But we've got a huge project ahead, $24 billion worth of infrastructure improvement that's coming our way. The government needs to be prepared to handle this type of development. We should be the one. The government of the Virgin Islands should be the one leading the way to develop spaces to accommodate the construction businesses that are coming here. But instead, as always, we've got smaller developers that's out front, situating, getting prepared for small development projects, which is fine. I commend you guys. Thanks for risking your capital. Some of these buildings are just beyond their useful life. But we should be getting ready for what's coming ahead. We should be developing spaces and getting ready so we could lease properties to these developers to recover some of that money that we're going to be paying out. But as usual, we're not even close. We're not there. We don't have a plan. And I could tell you, this is something that's going to come back and bite us. I want to just say this. I want everyone to make sure that they seriously consider the environmental impact of some of these buildings, because if mold, lead paint, or anything else that's discovered, your cost just went through the roof. I need each one of you to make sure you answer, just say, yes, I'm aware of that, and I'm willing to cover that so that we know this up front. Logistically, are you going to be prepared? Because now we know that the other huge developers are going to be competing for the same resources that you need, and you're going to be delayed substantially because of that. Building supplies, equipment, heavy equipment, all that stuff. It's going to be tough. I hope you guys could get ahead of this before the big jobs get started. Sprinkler systems. Some of these spaces, we're talking 40,000 square feet, 30,000 square feet. Are we going to have sprinkler systems? Because that's another astronomical cost. I didn't see any mention of those things. I hope we do. Energy savings. You saw what's going on with WAPA. Power on, power off. You're going to have a backup system, reliable power for your tenants. Because ultimately, these development projects, you have to be forward thinking. We can't rely just on WAPA. So if you could, please, each developer, please, if you can, just tell me did you consider these factors, and are you prepared and ready to act?
I can start. Good morning again. Pash Daswani, DM Hospitality. Senator, yes, the answer is yes. It's already part of our lease agreement. Us personally, I can't speak on behalf of the other testifiers. We have food involved, and with food, we have to have refrigeration and several other mechanisms in place. So a generator for us is a must, because that will also help us with the refrigerated containers that we're going to have storage in. So the answer to that is yes. I'll let the other testifiers go forward.
Good afternoon.
1 minute.
Good afternoon, Senator. Can you hear me? Oh, good afternoon,
Yes,
Senator.
good afternoon. Go ahead.
Yes, my response to your question is yes. When we did our initial environmental assessment, engineering assessment, environmental and structural aspects were taken into consideration. Bill not being initially approved, we also factor in the cost or expense of getting the repairs made to both structures. So yes, we are.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, the lease provisions do provide for environmental issues if they do pop up, so we're prepared to deal with them.
Okay, and
30
last but
seconds.
not least, the financing that you currently have in place will accommodate any unforeseen eventualities so these projects are completed.
Absolutely.
For DM, that's a yes.
Do I have a yes on everybody? Yes.
Property management, that's a yes.
Ms. Ferdinand, is that a yes?
That's a yes, yes, yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I will fully support
Time.
these bills. Mr. Chair, if I could wrap up. I will fully support these bills, providing that this discussion has been had, and the next step will be us as a community focusing on what the government of the Virgin Islands need to do to prepare ourselves for those huge projects that are coming. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. This time, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, of course, the people of the Virgin Islands, and these 4 local business owners here in St. Thomas, because I really want to commend all four of you. Mr. Pash Deswani, I know you as well. You rent the property from the Moravian Conference, the former Daily News building. So I am intricately knowledgeable about your work performance. I also want to mention Ms. D'Souza. I may not know your work performance, but I know you have a lot of grit and tenacity because you're here back and you're not giving up. And also, Mr. Rodriguez, you signed on a bill, well, it was a grant for Youth Build, readily to provide training for our young people who are disadvantaged. And of course, you also own that, well, you lease the property right adjacent to Pueblo in Subbase. And that is a very good development that you have undertaken. And last but not least, Ms. Judy Ferdinand. I know Judy. Judy is also, Ms. D'Souza, you would love this. She's also a graduate of Charlotte Amalie High School, class of 1974. And you want to know how I know that? Charlotte Amalie High School. Charlotte Amalie. She is a businesswoman. I am intricately knowledgeable about her construction experience because I've seen her construct home and place affordable rent to our people in the Virgin Islands in St. Thomas. And everyone knows that rent is sky high in St. Thomas compared to the other island, our big sister island, and in St. John is sky high. So I want to commend all of you. I do have one burning question, and I really have to say, for the property, an accent property, I really think this is a large amount, especially given that you are here in the Virgin Islands, suffering as all of us do here with the power outages as small business owners, one, and you're here after the hurricanes. You ain't run nowhere. You won't leave the island and jettison to some other place. You're here in the trenches with us, and we depend on you as well. So that $144K annually, based on the investment, because you may have to demolish. And the previous speaker was correct. These are old buildings. There is a great possibility that is asbestos and lead in them, and then the delay in getting it. But we don't negotiate these contracts and leases in this body. We just make those comments. And the same goes for the storage place for commercial that Ms. Judy Fernand is going to look to rehabilitate, as well as the investment that Mr. Rodriguez is going to undertake, which is the old BMV facility, lead and asbestos. Ain't nothing more vexing than them two. Lead and asbestos, and they can skyrocket. And you're not leasing a vacant property. That property has structure on it. I know the assistant commissioner says it's vacant. That has a structure on it, and it's going to have those mitigation in place. And Mr. Deswani, I really want to commend you for taking on another challenge with an old derelict building. I have seen your work. I know the bar and restaurant right there on Main Street. I drive there, I think it was last week, Friday, and it was popping. 1 minute. So I really had the experience. So my question, and it's just one question, is regarding the construction period, Mr. A.C. Richards. The construction period, it says here that there's no negotiation. They have to complete it in those months. Suppose we have a hurricane. Suppose, God forbid, let me just say God forbid. Suppose we have
30
something
seconds.
happen here, mass destruction. We don't have any electricity happening in St. Thomas now. How is that? Because it says no extension of the construction period. I am concerned for these these committed small business owners from the Virgin Islands. I got to be looking out for our people.
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. There is force majeure clauses in there, considerations in there.
Where is it? Where is located in the force majeure clause in this lease? Because I read it and it says there's no extension for the construction period. I read the lease and that popped out. That was glaring to me. I know we have a property up here in Dunu that's supposed to have been developed long time. They had to go through a lot of other construction contractors because lead and asbestos was found on the site. These are realities. So kindly indicate for us where you are stating in this lease that exists.
So in 6.05, there's an environmental limitation clause in the agreement which doesn't hold the lessees liable, and if there's any environmental concerns on there, the government of the Virgin Islands will shall indemnify them, defend, and hold them harmless to the extent extended permitted by applicable law, as well as
But it doesn't say that they could get, it says here, Mr. Vincent Richards,
yes, ma'am.
under 302B, it says the construction rent period shall not be available or extended beyond the construction period of, this one is for the submarine base warehouse, beyond 48 months. That's for Mr. Rodriguez, and he's going to have lead and asbestos in that property. All of you know, you and I both know this, okay? And I'm a woman. I'm a female, and I know this, and I don't have a construction degree, but I trained young people in that, and I work along construction contractors. Everybody knows that. So how is it that you don't have that ability to grant them an extension for the construction period?
So Senator, I think it's a very good question. I mean, bottom line is the government of the Virgin Islands is, for all intents and purposes, a partner in all four of these developments. You know, a lot of things can happen. Terrorism, hurricane, earthquake, disaster. The Department of Property and Procurement is open to, is a partner in these developments, and I'm certain we'll make adjustments if at some point.
Where in this lease does it say you can make those adjustments? Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Did you call the time? I'm sorry, Mr. You called the time? I'm sorry. My time has expired. I do apologize. I'm sorry.
You may wrap up, Senator.
The
thank
you.
The timekeeper is right over there. So
yes,
you heard
I'm
the time
sorry.
call,
I'm so sorry. Thank you kindly. I was so involved in this question because I'm looking out for these small business who have been here with us. Tell us.
Ma'am, if these developers need to have any of these agreements amended, they could come back to us, ask us to amend, and we'll come back to the legislature and ask this body to amend as well, approve amendments as well. But it goes without, it doesn't go without saying that the GVI is vested in every single one of these developments.
Okay.
They're bringing online investments, they're bringing online employment, they're bringing online economic activity, they're bringing online, there's a multiplier effect for every dollar that's going to be spent and invested in these properties. And these properties and these developments are going to assure and feed off of the billions of dollars that's going to be spent here and spent here for the reconstruction projects as well.
Okay, thank you, but I don't like delays, and I see that as a delay mechanism, especially in construction. The cost is going to go up. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leeway and your patience. I deeply appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Next, the chair recognizes Senator Kurt VLA. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Listen, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Richards, just to be clear, in reference to the island laundries, you're saying it's not in litigation or it is in litigation? Have island laundries filed a case against the government of the Virgin Islands Property and Procurement?
Vincent Richards, Department of Property and Procurement. Are we talking about island laundries and sub-base, Senator?
Yes. Which other one it has?
There is litigation.
The property where island laundries presently exist, is that one of the properties that we're trying to lease today?
No, Senator.
No?
No, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Skip, so don't answer the above question. DMV, is DMV still operating out of the structure?
The BMV is operating a part of their operations in the backyard of the structure. They're conducting inspections of vehicles in the backyard of one of the parcel sender.
What is the plan for them to move out of that structure or that location?
The GVI is in negotiation to acquire a replacement property for them, Senator.
So there's no replacement property at this time?
Currently, right now, I cannot say that, no, Senator.
So if this lease is executed, it can't take place until BMV is relocated, correct?
That's not our opinion. In Section 2.03, the lessor shall not be liable for the failure to give possession of the premises upon the commencement date by reason of the fact that the premises are not ready for occupancy or due to prior lessee wrongfully holding over on or any other person. So it does give the GVI cover. The developer is aware, and we have terms, Senator.
Okay, so there's a possibility we're moving out of a space that we own and we'll be moving to a space where we have to rent.
The property is in a flood zone, Senator, and again,
There's a possibility that BMV will have to rent a space in order to move out.
No, respectfully, the government of the Virgin Islands is in the process of acquiring property for both VMV locations on St. Thomas as well as on St. Croix, Senator.
Government-owned land or private land?
Private property, Senator.
So that is going to come before this body? We're talking about a lease that seemed to me to be stretching out a couple of years before anything is done?
Senator, there will be...
Let me move away from that. Let me move away. My opinion, I can't see renting property where the government presently exists. That doesn't make any sense, especially keeping in mind that we even haven't acquired another property. We don't have a building. We don't have any facility where Bureau of Motor Vehicle is going to be housed. My big issue is some of the terms and also the sublease agreement. I'm looking at it, and DM Hospitality subleasing, 30% of sublease rent, 30% off the top. You go to the others, you go to the submarine-based warehouse, it's 5% year 1 to 5, 10% year 6 to 10, 15% year 11 to 15, and 20% year 16 until the end. Commercial investment, 5% 1 to 5 years, 10% 6 to 10 years, 15% 11 to 15 years, 20% 16 to 20 years, and 30% 21 until the end of the term. Why are you being so flexible in the government being able to collect from these sublease that will be executed? Why are you going 5% with 10% up to 10 years? I don't understand why Dazwani has to pay 30% if he's subleased, but the others have this scale, this graduated scale from 1 all the way to 30 years. What's the rationale there?
Senator, that's a very good question. Once again, all these developments are not one and of the same. They all have different business models. We've looked at their business model. Are you going to let me answer, Senator?
Hold on a minute.
Are you going to let me answer?
Hold up. I don't want to hear about the business models. I honestly don't. I want to know why this government is not just charging a flat fee for any developer that wants to sublease government property. Because if you're subleasing government property, you should be charged at 30% from the onset because they're collecting monies. Why do we have a scale that stretches all the way out to 20, 30 years? So Mr. Dazwani don't have a business model. He has to pay 30% if he agreed to sublease from the onset, while the others just stretch it out all the way to 20, 25 years. I go on to look at it. You have commercial investment, 0.399 acres. They're paying $60,000. Submarine-based warehouse, 1.379 acres. They're paying $36,000. They're paying less than a third of an acre. Then you go to asset property management, which have 1.6 acres. They're paying $144,000. And during the construction period of year 1 to 12, they're paying $72,000. The construction period. From construction period month 13 to 24, they're paying $96,000. They're paying more in the construction period. They're paying double what submarine-based warehouse is going to pay after their construction period ends at 48 months. Because submarine-based warehouse construction period 1 to 24 months, they're paying $1,000 a month for a total of $12,000. 5 to 48, they're paying $24,000, which is $2,000 per month. And then you're giving them 30 years with 3 10-year extensions. That's 60 years. I do not agree with the sublease portion. And the amount I know you're going to say is different business model. But submarine-based warehouse investing $2 million and they're paying $36,000.
That's incorrect.
Asset property management investing $3 million and they're paying $144,000. $1 million more.
That's incorrect, Senator. Your numbers are incorrect.
If you look at it mathematically, it does not add up. And I do not believe that this government should be leasing land to anyone that have this graduated scale of sublease when it is clear where submarine-based warehouse say our main issue is to sublease. It ain't to run an existing base, it's to sublease, to build and sublease. And you're saying, hey, don't worry about it. You only give us 5% for the first 5 years. And then 10% up to year 10. It just doesn't make sense. There's no consistency in any of these lease agreements. There's none. I'm looking for at least one part that is consistent. I guess the only part that's consistent, they're all 50 and 60 years. We got to be careful, you know. This is prime property. This is Crown Bay with a $200 million development that you lease
30 seconds.
For a sublease of 20% to submarine base until the end of the contract, which is possibly 60 years. While other developers in St. Thomas and St. Croix paying 30% sublease for property that isn't worth as much. This is waterfront, pristine. It's going to become, after the development at Crown Bay. This is big money. I wonder why this government couldn't even negotiate with some of the companies that want to house material and everything and get the money directly and get the land back after 5, 10 years of bill. If you look at the contract, and I'll finish now, if they're going to be subleasing to contractors, so forth coming in, that construction is supposed to be finished within 10 years, within 2035, or the percentage, everything change. When it finishes, when they're starting to pay 15%. So when the real bulk of the work is taking place on St. Thomas and they're looking for spot and everything, they're paying 5 and 10% of sublease. How are we supporting this? At the very least, we got to say, be consistent. 30% across the board, you wanted 30%? Don't tell us you will make money when there's only 5% and 10%. By the time they start charging, the big contractors packing up to leave. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Assistant Commissioner, you have a response?
Senator Francis, thank you. Once again, all the agreements are not of the same. They all have different business models. DM Hospitality is running operation straight. They do not plan to sublease. The other business models, Accent do plan to sublease. It's stated in the development plan. For submarine-based warehouses, they plan to sublease. It's stated in the business plan. Commercial investments do not plan to sublease. There's a provision in there in case they decide to sublease in part or in whole. We protect the government of the Virgin Islands. So this body or the previous legislature gave us the authority to negotiate because previously the sublease fees was at 35%. Everyone said that it was prohibitive for development. This body gave the Department of Property and Procurement the power to negotiate. We have negotiated. We have renegotiated. And here we are. So that's basically it. But I welcome and appreciate the discourse. It's good to learn. It helps me learn more.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the listening public and listening and viewing public. First question. Well, first of all, I gone right along. As far as consistency, there is no consistency in these leases. I think I have a problem with individual renting for 1 year, and you coming in front of this body and you can't give us a solid number of what they spend, telling us tens and thousands of dollars. That doesn't add up to nothing to me. I think a hard figure is what we needed to hear. If somebody said they spend X amount of dollars and we're going from now 1 year to 30 years, hey, we saying to our offspring and outside of the U.S. border now that lives on the mainland, come home. Come home when everything be gone or already taken away for 30, 60 years or 40, 50 years. So if you come home, all you could do is work for every individual. No other entrepreneurship will be left for most folks left here in the Borden Islands. But to all the leasers, if these leases were so clear today, how soon is the construction that we're talking about?
Rhonda D'Souza, Accent Property Management. My team and I, we are ready to start the very next day.
So you got workers?
Say again?
The next, Mr. Rick. Okay, let somebody else answer the same question before I ask the next question.
Hi, Pastor Swani, DM Hospitality. We as well have already prepared a plan for mobilization and reviewing what we want to do, how we want to do the commissary kitchen and the office space upstairs. But our key factor will be getting started ASAP. With summer coming up, we'd like to get the bulk of the work done in the summer and be ready for season. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir.
Enrique Rodriguez, we're ready to start tomorrow. We have to submit permits. Remember, we're in the coastal zone management area, so we're going to be delayed by that process. But it's a natural process, and we're ready to move forward.
Okay. All right. Okay, and the hurricane, okay, I know we're in a hurricane-stricken or in a hurricane belt. These buildings are already in poor condition, so what's the impact to ensure that the government does not inherit another set of dilapidated buildings at the end of these leases?
Enrique Rodriguez, we are required to provide insurance to cover the construction of whatever it is we build, and we're going to build significant investment. We're north of $7 million in what we're going to do. No one's even half of that in terms of the investments that I've heard so far. And plus the DMV location is complicated by the fact that we're going to most likely have to do pilings into the property. Will probably increase the cost. So we're doing a very significant investment, and that's why each lease is different, because the amount of investment that is being put into these properties.
And at what point you expect your project will break even?
That's a good question. We're looking at north of year 17 right now with the current paradigms and the current costs of the dollar that we'd have to lend. And that's just breaking even.
Well, okay. Okay, going back to Say that again? Oh. And for the young lady that spoke already, Miss D'Souza, at what point do you guys think about breaking even?
Breaking even, and as far as all the expense and everything that we plan on doing, maybe within maybe 10, 15 years.
Okay.
Again, we plan to invest over $3 million. So we'll have significant insurance to cover any damages. We will rebuild these buildings durable to sustain hurricane, just to protect our assets and to protect the government assets as well.
Okay, good. Okay, this question is for the assistant for Mr. Vincent Richards. You testified earlier when it came to these leases that the government is at last right now in collection. So you think these revenues are going to help us kind of even up that we're going to be collecting?
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, I think that's a very good question. In the last few months, the Department of Property and Procurement has transferred some of its portfolio to other entities of the GVI to support development, specifically in the sub-base area. There is a specific loss that the Department of Property and Procurement expects to realize because of that, of revenue specifically for those transfers. I've been given my marching orders by my boss to basically make sure we replace those revenues. So when we're here in the next few months for budget time, that we are filling that gap or filling that delta. So every little bit helps. The Department of Property and Procurement is directly funded from the Business and Commercial Fund where these rents go into. And we have a slew. I believe we have about 40 different leases that we're working on right now to bring before this body in the next few months that to continue to spur economic activity and to continue to plug the hole that we recently realized, and then also to just continue to grow our rent roll as well. So.
And what about getting government agencies back in government buildings?
Once we have government agencies that are funded, they have first preference to use any facility that we do have. Some of these properties, specific properties, or one of them in particular, the one for DM Hospitality, there was a government agency in there, but ADA inability to meet ADA compliance, parking. The buildings are of an older design, and then based on restrictions, you cannot change them architecturally without even much more significant investment. So basically, some of these properties, the best thing to do is just basically repurpose them to an entity that
30 seconds.
That makes it much more feasible. So.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Before we go on, Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize your point of information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on a question that was asked by the majority leader and also alluded to by the freshman senator from St. John, wherein we are discussing the DMV, the freshman senator from St. Thomas. Sorry. The DMV was renting property where the GVI owns the land. The Bureau of Motor Vehicle, do you know how much they're paying? Do you know about the lease? How much are they paying? Do you know that?
Repeat that question, Senator.
The Bureau of Motor Vehicle is now in the mall, right?
Yes.
What is their lease? What's their agreement out there?
I do not recall off the top of my head, but I do have. I can get you that before the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to go long. I wanted to.
May I finish?
No, you can answer on the chair, Sam. I want to. You see, this is prime property, and they're mentioning that they're in a flood zone. But everybody in the Virgin Islands know Pueblo is right next door. And what do we do to go in Pueblo? We do walk up a ramp to get into Pueblo. So why couldn't the government build a ramp and stay in the property that they have? It's just a food for thought. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator College Joseph, you had a point of information?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have examined the leases, and only in one lease did I see the phrase relative to the construction period will not be available or extended because of force majeure. It's not in the clause for DM Hospitality LLC. It's not in the clause in the contract, in the lease rather, for commercial investment LLC, nor it is in it for the Accent Property Management. It is there for the Submarine Base Warehouse LLC. Why is that? Why don't we have that language uniformly in these contracts, these leases rather?
That's a very good question, Senator. All the leases may arrive here at the same time, but they honestly don't start discussions at the same time. One. Two, the GVI has a standard template which we present to potential lessees, and it's up to the lessees to basically request terms that are in their benefit, and for the GVI to then consider whether or not they're going to make adjustments or not. So that's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, thank you. But I think it should have that in there, especially for the construction. It's not in there. It's not uniformly in the other three, and they are going to be doing construction work as well. It needs to be included in this contract, in these leases rather, for these three entities.
Duly noted, Senator. Thank you very much.
A point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Richard, you alluded to something a while ago. You talked about your role of your rent roll. And from the time I got in this position, every time you come before us, I ask this question: where are we with your outstanding? You have some tenants have been donkey years outstanding in payments. Where are we with those, especially in the sub-base area? Where are we? Because I haven't seen you go to court or hear you response. Nothing yet about these properties.
You want an honest answer, Senator?
Yeah, please.
Senator, the Department of Property and Procurement continues to make headways in its collection. I've said it on the floor before during finance hearings. Interference is what stops us from sometimes going the full mile to do what we have to do. And to be honest with you, many times, a lot of the interference comes from this very building as well to stop us from doing what we need to do. So I'll leave that there. I'll be happy to talk to you or anybody else offline, but we are always prepared to collect and do what we have to do. But interference, particularly from this building, stops us.
Well, let me put it on the record.
Unfortunately,
Let me put it on the record. Nobody in this building should stop the interference of people dealing with their obligations. You have a lease, you should pay your rent. Let me make that clear. I have never called, so I go make this one. I've never called to interfere in anything. You have a lease, pay your rent. And there's three co-equal branches of government. There's another one with address matters like this called the court. Thank you very much, Mr. Richards and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Vialli, recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I don't believe it's fair for Mr. Richards to try to put down their indecision or inability to make sure that legally binding lease are paid and collected by Property and Procurement and this body. This body don't sign anybody in Property and Procurement paycheck, nor does it run that particular division. So all you need to do is do your job. Don't throw innuendos that this body call you, asking you for individuals not to pay. That's total hogwash. Do what you're supposed to do and stop trying to pass the buck. You ask a direct question, answer the question directly, and the answer for the question directly is that you're not doing what you're supposed to do when it comes to collecting outstanding payments to the government of the Virgin Islands is on PMP, not on the legislature. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
And further to that,
Mr. Chair, if I
our
may.
responsibility and the legislature to ensure that individuals continue to pay, what they agree to pay, so that we can make sure that revenues continue to come into the coffers of this government to provide services to this community. Assistant Commissioner Richards, you recognize?
Duly noted, Senator, respectfully, Senator Viale, duly noted, respectfully. Mr. Chair, Senator Viale, the Department of Property Procurement diligently is collecting. Matter of fact, we have surpassed our not expectations, but surpassed our budget projections for collections. And at a later date, or when we come before this body for our budget hearing in the next few months, we'll be able to show this body what we're doing for collections and have our feet held to the fire. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And if there is any senator calling you, then let's point them out. Let's call out who is calling to say that individuals are not responsible for paying their share of revenues into the coffers of the government. Senator Joseph, you recognize your point of information? Go ahead.
This question is for the Assistant Commissioner Richards. As far as these large companies coming in to lay down the material between the schools and the hospitals, are you already having conversation with these companies as well, or are you relying on these lists that you're getting drafted up right now to be the person talking to these other individuals?
Senator, good question. We are talking to a lot of people, but again, the individuals that are here, they didn't start the conversation last week, last month, or last year when these contracts were signed. These individuals that are here have been hounding, pestering me for some for 6 months, some for better part of a year to get it done. So I know that there's a building of demand in the market, but these individuals that are here right now didn't just start last month, or some of them started us late last year as well. So that's the best answer I can give you.
I'm clear on your answer as far as the individuals here today. I don't expect that they just came to you last year, but because more than one of them had at least over a year. So clearly they've been speaking to you longer than a year. So my question is again, are you having conversation with any of these larger entities that would be taking care of the schools and hospital for where they're going to be material?
The department is not in communication with any major contractor right now. I mean, we've had inquiries from their agents or consultants, but directly, no. We're not in any negotiation or discussions right now, Senator.
Thank you for your response. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Senator Viale.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just to be fair to Mr. Richards, to be fair, because I said one side of the story, but the next side, no senator should be calling property and procurement. And what he's saying is factually true. I know that they do receive phone calls, but they need to block it out. No senator should be calling to interfere in the duties of PMP in the collection of monies owed to this government. So I say one, I gotta say two, because what he did say is factual, but it needs to stop. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Before we go to the bill sponsor, I just want to say that I commend all of the individuals that's before us today. Small business continue to be the engine that runs our economy, and small business ownership in the Virgin Islands is like no other business. It takes grit, it takes resilience, and it takes faith. Entrepreneurs here aren't dealing with a normal overhead. They face high energy costs, shipping premiums, limited access to capital, workforce shortages, and constant threats of hurricane and supply disruption. yet they're open their doors every single day to employ people and keep our economy going. So I commend all of you again for your small business ownership as well as your zeal and zest to continue here. And while we offer big opportunities to big businesses and big establishment, equally our small business should be recognized and have a seat at the table. And I'm hoping that that's what this discussion will be today. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Hamilton Potter, bill sponsor, for his 5 minutes.
Information first, no? Yeah, let me just get point information before you go. Mr. Chair, point information before Mr. President goes.
Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to just put forward in terms of Mr. Daswani, your group. We have had these other future business owners here prior, and we looked at certain things and we were here. So now what you come in today is why we are actually looking at, well, for me, looking at these leases in a different light. So it isn't pointing out we have a specific, I don't have an issue with them, but because of this being the second or third time, we were specifically looking at things and looking at these leases in a different light. So it puts us in that perspective, at least for me. I can speak on my behalf as to what we were doing, looking at these leases now. So we don't want anybody to figure that is, oh, well, I speak for myself. I don't want anybody to figure, well, hey, I am against or I'm for or I have these issues. I am saying it as I see it. We are looking at these things more in tune with looking at how our government properties are and what we are leasing them for. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Potter, Senator President, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. My first question is to Assistant Commissioner Richards. I wanted to get a sense, Assistant Commissioner, what specific concerns, if you could in a concise manner, just for the people of the Virgin Islands, just for the edification of the people of the Virgin Islands, what specific concerns did the committee raise at the first hearing, and how exactly were they addressed in the revised lease? And I'm talking about the first three, not Mr. Daswani.
Good question, Senator Potter. The department had, in our negotiation, we had step increases in terms of the percentages for the subleasing fees. It was inconsistent between the three individuals that had, so we went back and we took a look at that. We reduced the time to which we get to the 30% allowable by the law. We reduced that, and they looked at their numbers again, their projections again, and came back with a middle ground. Quite frankly, I thank the body for the leverage that they gave us to go back and make some adjustments. I believe on one of the lease agreements with submarine-based warehouses, the agreement initially was for like $1,000 per month for multiple properties. We then went back and we negotiated again, and we tripled the amount on that.
From 1,000 to 3,000.
From 1,000 to 3,000, we tripled it. The construction period, I believe we reduced that as well. So we put some additional constraints or requested a shorter construction period. I mean, the language is written in such a manner that if they finish early, they start paying the higher rate early. So we had given them a little bit more cushion giving them a little bit more runway space to be able to get to the point where they're operational, they're generating cash flow to be able to pay rent. But I'm getting a couple dings here or questions about that period now. So, and I take that in stride. I mean, the discourse is good. All it does is make us go back again and look at the policy and look at the structure in future agreements. So,
in your expert opinion, because you're the subject matter expert here, we're getting from a cost-benefit analysis, in your expert opinion at GVI, regarding all of the leases that are before us today, we are getting the biggest bang or the best bang for our buck, so to speak.
We feel that way. We feel that way. I mean, we tend to operate like the property belongs to us. It belongs to the people of the Virgin Islands, the ones that are here and the ones that are unborn. And we structure all of our agreements that we may not pick the fruits today, but in 10, 20, 30 years, when the properties revert, our children and our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will be able to then release the property or use them for a government facility they choose to then, because they've been improved.
I wanted to ask you a quick question. You mentioned about the revitalization of downtown Charlotte Amalie, which is applaudable, it's commendable. I wanted to get a sense from the perspective of property and procurement, and not just limiting to Charlotte Amalie. Do you wait for an entrepreneur with vision and ideas to come in and say, Assistant Commissioner Roberts, I see this vacant, derelict building in downtown Charlotte Amalie, and I see something, I have a vision beyond this, I see beyond the rubble. I would like to sit with you to negotiate how we can enter into a win-win situation so that we can revitalize this facility. Is that something that you do, or is there a process where there is like an RFP that goes out? Property and procurement, the government of the Virgin Islands is seeking developers who have the skill set and the track record of doing these types of developments. This is our vision. This is where we would like to go. And we put out the RFP to get a broad array of interested, I don't know if they exist, but a broad array of interested developers to pursue a particular development. How does that work from the perspective of property and procurement?
So, the department and myself and my team specifically, we look at properties from a 15,000 foot perspective. We look at maps, and there's a commercial corridor. Let's use St. Thomas as an example. There's a commercial corridor that stretches from the Waiko dock, comes around to downtown,
30 seconds,
and then it goes down to sub-base. What the Virgin Islands Port Authority has just done is a major catalyst. It's going to be a major catalyst for everything else. It connects the pieces. So now, airport, Crown Bay, downtown, all the way up to the Waiko dock. Every piece of real estate that's available, both in the government sector and the private sector, are in play. There's one company here that has made a major investment downtown. And they bought a bunch of damaged or derelict property. Some functional and some are not functional. Mm-hmm. And they're now investing their capital in making those viable. And not only they're doing retail that goes from 8 to 5, they're doing housing because they realize now with the projects that are coming in for redevelopment, for the recovery, they're going to need housing. And they're developing housing spaces on the second floor. Now that ties into now their opportunity to make money and generate money for their tenants is not 8 to 5, it's now 8 to 12 midnight or later. So, that's why I said to you and I commit to you that the Department of Property Procurement will be right back here next month with additional properties that the government owns in the downtown area that individuals are interested in making $7, $10, $12 million investment in to be part of the revitalization and tying into the not just revitalization of downtown, but also the economic activity driven by the recovery projects. Mm-hmm. Warehouse spaces. One more. Please, one more. The department and the government just acquired the island block. That's over 100,000 square feet of warehouse space. So that's coming offline as education moves into that facility. The Port Authority has removed now about 60,000 square feet of warehouse space from subbase. That's going to be going towards that project. The GVI and other developers now are scrambling to find warehouse spaces, and there's a demand. And we're doing everything that we can do to work with developers to replace that 160, 200,000 square feet. Some warehouses are under construction, but before they've even scratched the dirt, they already rented them.
Thank you.
We understand that there's a demand. So I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time.
No problem. My time was called, Mr. Chair. If I may just clarify, I asked you specifically whether or not there is a vision that the government has for vacant properties in, let's say, downtown Charlotte, right? And if there is a vision, whether you actively put out an RFP or put something out there saying this is what we are seeking because this is our vision for downtown Charlotte Amalie, or is it a more individualized process where persons who may be passing or driving by may happen to see something and get an idea in their head, and then they have to come down to property and procurement? My thinking is that it should be the opposite way. It should be the other way around, where there should be a vision that has been established, and the government of the Virgin Islands try to solicit developers who can achieve this overall vision that we have established for the territory. I'm not going to abuse my time anymore. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair. If you care to respond on the chair's time. Thank you very much.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You may, Assistant Commissioner.
Senator Potter, I think your idea is very good. I think it's right on target. I think it's very forward-looking. Does the GVI have a master plan? The answer is no. Does the GVI look at other people's master plan? Absolutely yes. The one for the Port Authority developed in subbase, I look at it on a regular basis and work off of it. The ones that I see on the websites for the local developer downtown, I see what they're doing. I see where they are and I see where they want to go. So that as well. And then the department has done RFPs for properties in the past. But believe it or not, the GVI has so few buildable property in play and the demand is so great. That's why I say within the next few months, with all the leases that we have that we're working on currently, by the end of this calendar year, we're going to have little to nothing left that's developable. And that's one of the reasons why the GVI has spent $40 million in the last 2 years acquiring new properties, because one is cheaper to acquire and faster, but our inventory is limited. When you take out the ones that are zone R for residential and you take out the ones that are zone A for agriculture as well, the portfolio literally reduces. So.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. And again, I think that this discussion is certainly ripe and necessary. We keep having this discussion in regards to having a city planner. You know, we have had charrettes after charrettes about what we want, our towns to look like. We have had a comprehensive land and water use plan, and we still continue to do things in silo. And it's so critical and important that we're really just having a plan moving forward. When we talk about Vision 2040 and all these plans that we have put forth, but are we having a total and comprehensive discussion in regard to what our towns will look like, moving forward? And I think that that's what I'm hearing here in this discussion today, and I'm hoping that at some point, we could really realize that. Because there's a lot that's going on here in St. Croix. We certainly have the Hospital Street project that's going on there, the extension of the boardwalk. In Frederickstead, similarly, they have discussion about what's happening there. So we really need to have a comprehensive discussion, a think tank, and really bring all of this discussion regarding the charrettes and everything into one full.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Richards, you know, in the past, I've, you know, speaking with veteran colleagues in here, you know, it's noted that when the lease come before, it's just for ratification, yea or nay. All the negotiations happen on your end. One of the things I'd like to see included, even in negotiations, maybe this may be a stretch, would be to see some kind of charitable contributions, either to, you know, youth sports. There's one with I can't bring the name now. Pash may be able to help me with the challenge children, with the Special Olympics, and so forth. You know, things like that, Little League, some of the academic stuff, anything with education and sports related for our children. Maybe a little negotiation in there, somewhere along the line, some mandatory charitable contribution to support them. The Girl Scouts, you know, they're reviving, they're coming alive. The Boy Scouts, you know, along the line. Our children, and you know, our special needs children, and our children with our youths. Let's support that. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You may respond. You may respond.
Senator Lewis, thank you very much. I think good idea. If you use the term mandatory, then it's going to have to be legislated on your side. I don't want to be taken to court. So, but duly noted.
All right, at this time, what I'm going to do is allow for a 30-second wrap-up, and then we'll take a short recess to discuss the 4 measures that's before us. So we could start off certainly with Ms. Perez Ferdinand, 30-second wrap-up.
Yes, for Judy Perez Ferdinand Commercial Investments, I am deeply honored and hope that you all will be in my favor.
Get a little closer to the device there, Ms. Ferdinand.
Could you hear me, Senator?
We could barely hear you. Get a little closer to the device.
Yeah, I'm having a little technical difficulties here. I am deeply honored and hope that you all will grant me the lease in order to conduct my business and to make my dream come true, which will benefit myself, my grandchildren, and also the people of the Virgin Islands. I thank you for your time.
Well, Ms. D'Souza.
Rhonda D'Souza, on behalf of Accent Property Management, I would like to thank you, Chairman Senator Novel Francis, Vice Chair Senator Blyden, community members and non-community members, for testifying before you again in support of Bill number 36-0199. Like I said, we are ready, and I sincerely ask for your support in this bill again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rodriguez.
Enrique Rodriguez on behalf of Submarine Base Warehouse. Senator Francis, I would like to thank you and all committee members and all senators present for this opportunity to come before you again on this lease. I'm looking forward to being part of the fabric of Subbase and invest in the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Daswani.
Pash Daswani, DM Hospitality. I actually did not expect this kind of Q&A, but I'm very impressed what this body does for the VI, for the people of the VI. You are doing your part, due diligence, asking questions. I'm honestly blown away. At the end of the day, my project is a little bit different than the other projects. We want to make sure the VI, the food, the local pâtés, our industry is forwarded to all the tourism, to the hotel guests, to the people who are just visiting from St. John, St. Croix. You know, we just want to be helpful by accommodating this. So Thank you, and more importantly, I hope you vote in favor of this lease. Happy to have any questions offline, no problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assistant Commissioner Richards, you want to round this out?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate the discourse. This isn't my first rodeo. It motivates me. It makes me better. I don't take it personal. And I'm happy that I'm the lightning rod here and not any of these developers. The community pays attention. I mean, I'm here getting inundated by text messages, local and from off island. People are paying attention, but they're paying attention because there's, the VI is on the move, and I just look forward to getting back to work and getting better at what we do, and just move forward incrementally, step by step, day by day. So I'd like to thank my staff at the entire Department of Property and Procurement. I'd like to thank my team at in the property division that works with me, our legal folks in particular. They make it look easy, even though it doesn't feel easy sometimes. But I'd just like to say thank you, and each and every one of you with all your questions. I appreciate every single one of them. I have some information to get to some of you, and I have some amendments for us to consider in future agreements, force majeure. Also, we just yesterday, Commissioner and I were meeting about improving the process and making the process more transparent for the public. Just yesterday morning, we met for almost an hour discussing this, and I have some homework for her that I have to deliver before the end of the week. So I'd just like to say thank you. We hear you, and we appreciate every one of you. We understand that you're all representatives of all the entire population, and you're looking out for who's here now and who's there to come. So I look forward to continue working with each and every single one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and again, good luck to all of the testifiers. We'll be discussing this matter during the recess, and we'll be voting on this when we come back on the other side. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess at this time. We're out of recess and back on record. Of course, we're about to move into block number 2, but before we do that, we're considering the measures that have been testified to in block number 1, which is bill number 36-0199, bill number 36-0204, bill number 36-0205, and bill number 6-0237. At this time, what I'll do is go ahead and read block 2 into the record, and while I wait my colleagues back in the chambers, we'll go ahead and read the list of items in block number 2. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, Bill number 36-0198, an act amending Act number 9035 by redesigning the funding source for several entities.
We're not hearing you on this end, Madam Clerk. 1 second. Media?
Testing.
You may proceed. Go ahead.
Block 2, Bill number 36-0198, an act amending Act number 9035 by redesigning the funding source for several entities and correcting a typographical error, and amending Act number 9045 by inserting and striking appropriations, sponsored by Senator Kurt A. Vailey. Bill number 36-0219, an act amending Title 22, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, relating to the Virgin Islands Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act by modifying renewal provisions for insurance producer license, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifier, Glendina Matthew, Esquire, Director, Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. Bill number 36-0221, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, Section 493, relating to alcohol consumption and to establish the Impaired Driving and Highway Sobriety Checkpoint Program Safety Fund. Invited testifiers, Honorable Kevin G. McCurdy, Commissioner VI Department of Finance, and Honorable Maria Brooks, Commissioner VI Police Department. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for introduction of block items in block number 2. At this time, do I hear a motion in regards to the items in block number 1?
Motion. Amendment.
Amendment. Senator Blyden, you recognize for amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 36.671 to bill number 36.0199, offered by Senator Milton Potter. Bill number 36.0199 is amended as follows. Strike the first 3 whereas clauses and insert the following. Whereas on December 11, 2025, the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement and Accent Property Management LLC, entered into a lease agreement for parcel number 123 Sub-8 St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of 39,240 U.S. square feet.
There's a motion. 1 second. A motion, Senator Viola, you recognize your motion?
Mr. Chair, I move for the waiving of the reading of amendment number 36-671. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Frederick. Hearing no objection.
So moved.
So ordered.
So ordered.
So moved. Yes, second.
Second.
So moved by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Frederick. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 36-0199, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and ACN Property Management LLC for parcel numbers 123 and 129 Sub-Base Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises, to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to an approved development plan be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary as amended for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator DeGraff, Senator Vielle. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Noel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0199, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Accent Property Management LLC for parcels number 123 and 129 Sub-Base Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, to develop the premises, to operate, establish, and manage a slate of subtenants pursuant to approve a development plan as amended has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration.
Amendment?
Senator Blyden, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 36-669 to Bill number 36-0204, offered by Senator Milton E. Potter. Bill number 36-0204, page 1 is amended as follows. 1. Page 1, line 10, strike 500 and insert 1,000, and strike 24 and insert 12. 2. Page 1, line 11, strike 4,000 and insert 5,000. And 3. Strike 48,000 wherever it appears and insert 60,000. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Vielle. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commercial Investments, LLC, for parcel number 30 Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action as amended. I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Fonseca. I think I heard Senator DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yea.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Noel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Not voting.
Senator Vele, not voting. Mr. Chair, 5 yea, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Very well, thank you. Bill number 36-0204, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Department of Property and Procurement and Commercial Investment, LLC, for parcels number 30, submarine base, number 6, Southside Quarters in Thomas, Virgin Islands, for a logistics storage warehouse and other related purposes, as amended, has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 36.66A to bill number 36.0205, offered by Senator Milton E. Potter. Bill number 36.0205 is amended as follows. A, strike the first 3 whereas clauses and insert the following. Whereas on December 11, 2025, the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC, entered into a lease agreement for parcel number 12 and 12A Submarine Base, Crown Bay Field, number 6
Senator, I
outside
hear motion.
quarters.
Senator Vele, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 36, that's 668. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Vele for a waiving of the reading, seconded by Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection. So ordered.
Motion. I so move.
So move, you said?
So move.
So moved by Senator
Second.
Blyden, seconded by Senator Frederick. Hearing no objection. So ordered.
Motion.
Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move bill number 36.0205 as amended, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC, for parcel number 12 and 12A Submarine Base, Crown Bay Landfill, number 6 Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated Crown Bay Field, Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants on the premises, parking and other permitted purposes, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
I vote in no.
Motion properly made by Senator Senator Blyden. Hearing no second.
Motion fails.
Motion fails. Bill number 36.0205, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and Submarine Base Warehouse LLC, for parcels number 12 and 12A, Submarine Base, Crown Bay Hill, for number 6 Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated, Crown Bay Hill, Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of sub-tenants on the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes will be held in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance at this time.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Blyden, you recognize for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that bill number 36.0237, an act approving a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and DM Hospitality LLC, to operate a food and beverage management company and other related purposes, be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Fonseca. Senator Vele, did I hear you still? Senator DeGraff?
Yeah, second.
Seconded by Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Kurt A. Vele.
Yes.
Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0237, an act approving a multi-year lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of Department of Property and Procurement and DM Hospitality, LLC, for parcel number 2C, Crystal Gata, Queens Quarters, St. Thomas, consisting of a 2-story building, and a portion of parcel number 3, Crystal Gata, consisting of a 2-story building to operate a food and beverage management company with a bakery and deli, a jewelry business management company, and other related purposes have been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting.
Motion?
Thank you.
Motion?
Motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blyden, recommend your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0205, an act approving a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Submarine Base Warehouse, LLC, for parcel number 12 and 12A Submarine Base, Crown Bay Field, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, and 145 Consolidated from Crown Bay Field, Submarine Base, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of bulk storage, establishing a slate of subtenants to the premises, parking, and other permitted purposes, be held in this committee for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second. Second.
Motion properly made by, I had already determined that based on the no second, that the bill remains within the committee. However, based on your motion, seconded by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Fonseca, hearing no objection, it will be so ordered. Again, bill number 36-0205 remains in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance until the call of the chair. We have the members of block number 2 present, and of course we'll go to them at this time for recognition before we ask the bill sponsors. Well, let's go with the bill sponsors at this time. Who speaks to bill number 36-0198? An act approving a lease agreement, act amending Act number 9035 by redesignating the funding source for several entities and correcting a typographical error, and amending Act number 9045 by inserting and striking appropriations. Senator Vele, you recognize?
I do. I speak to the bill, Mr. Chair. I was just trying to, with the last motion, to make sure that what we did, in fact, was what we should have done. I'm trying to think if there was no second, did the bill in fact die, and do we need to have a motion to reconsider in order to hold it? I know that originally you said that the bill was still in committee, but if for lack of a second, and I'll ask legal counsel, does the bill actually die and we just need to do a motion for reconsideration and then hold it in committee, or was the motion made by Senator Blyden valid?
Well, we had 2 motions, right? The one that didn't receive the second, and then certainly there was a subsequent motion made by Senator Blyden to remain within the committee.
So after the first motion,
yes,
what happens? After you receive no second, is the bill considered dead, or is the bill considered still in committee? When you don't receive a second?
Well, it remains within the committee, but we could get legal counsel to verify that. We'll call legal counsel to to the chambers. In the meantime, we'll go ahead and proceed with the presentation of the bill, and then we'll get some clarity as soon as legal counsel gets
Okay,
here.
thank you so much. Just to make sure we're doing the right thing and we have the bill in committee. Bill number 36 at 0198, colleagues, is really a cleanup bill. That's why we did not request for anyone to testify. It goes back to the Budget Act, number 1945, and we do know that there was a interpretation by the governor that the source that we were utilizing to fund the Humane Society and the animal shelter, that source was not available, so those items were reinserted back in the budget, just put in the funding source back to where it has always been, which is the general fund. And there was also some typographical issues that we had to deal with, IAE, changing some of the language, and also Department of Education and some amongst, but it is literally just looking at the overall budget bill and correcting small mistakes that we saw in reference to organizations, and making sure that the programs that fell under the Epstein monies are in fact going to be funded. So they're back in the budget bill like they have been every single year for the last 18 years to be funded. And I think it's very important that we make sure that the Humane Society and the animal shelters and the spray and neuter program, that we fund those additional entities. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. Again, we don't have any testifiers in that particular measure because it's just really a cleanup bill to address, some typographicals as well as some other languages. And there is an amendment that will be offered at some point. You want to speak to the amendment as well? That will be offered in regards to that.
Yes,
DPNR.
The amendment will be coming, so we'll more than likely vote on this bill towards the end of the agenda when we get the amendment. And the amendment is to deal with $600,000 that is necessary to keep the individuals in DPNR that work in the permit division, to make sure that they remain employed. There were some issues with federal funding and the lapse in the grant expiring, and making sure that those are the individuals are gainfully employed. So amendment will be coming that is offered by the chair that will correct that particular instance. The amendment that you have right now, and next amendment is coming, okay? Because we're really making sure that we clean up the language and it's inserted directly in the budget, because we do know that we don't bring amendments that are just out there general fund. So it's going to be inserted in the budget. It's being worked on now. So I'm asking for the support, and this is to make sure that DPNR employees in the permit division continue to remain on the job. I think the monies are going to expire at the end of March, Mr. Chair, at the end of March. So it's important for us to pass this now, get it done, and then we'll be able to vote on it at the next session, which is in March, and make sure those employees stay on board, so we can keep the development and approval of permits or disapproval a constant flow through DPNR. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. And the next bill under consideration today is Bill number 36-0219, an act amending Title 22 Virginals Code Chapter 31 relating to the Virginals Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act by modifying renewal provision for insurance producers license. And Senator Potter, you recognize for presentation of that bill at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, colleagues, I'm pleased to introduce Bill number 36-0219 by request of the Governor. The bill amends the Virgin Islands Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act to modernize renewal provisions for insurance producer licenses. The bill makes several important changes to Title 22 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 31. Most significantly, it transitions individual insurance producer licenses from annual renewals to biannual 2-year renewal cycle with expiration dates tied to the licensee's birth month. Business entity licenses will continue to renew annually on December 31st. The bill also clarifies that licenses cannot be renewed without proof of satisfactory compliance with continuing education requirements. These changes will reduce administrative burdens on both individual licensees and the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation, while maintaining regulatory oversight and Consumer Protection. The Commissioner of Insurance is directed to implement the biannual licensing system beginning on January 1st, 2026. I respectfully ask for your favorable consideration and support for this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for presentation on Bill number 36-0219. At this time, we go to Attorney Glendina Matthew, Director of the Division of Banking and Insurance and Financial Regulations, for our testimony.
Good day, Committee Chairman Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., honorable members of the 36th Legislature, the Virgin Islands Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Attorney Glendina Matthew, Director of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation within the Office of Lieutenant Governor and Commissioner of Insurance, the Honorable Trugenza A. Roach, Esquire. Also in the St. Thomas Chamber is Assistant Director Magdalene Burke. I respectfully appear before you today to testify on Bill number 36-0219, an act amending Title 22 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 31, relating to the Virgin Islands Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act by modifying renewal provisions for insurance producer licenses. The division strongly supports this bill with one recommended modification in the implementation date cited in Section 2 of Bill number 36-0219. Specifically, the division requests that the implementation date set forth in Section 2 be revised from January 1st, 2026 to October 1st, 2026. The renewal period for current calendar year has already begun, and next renewal period will commence October 1st, 2026. Revising the implementation date will ensure a smooth transition and avoid disruption to the existing renewal cycle. To provide some context, I will provide a brief overview on the VI Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act and discuss Bill number 36-0219, which amends Act number 7964. Act number 7964, which was codified on February 19, 2017, in Chapter 31 of Title 22 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Virgin Island Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act, sets forth the licensing requirements for producers formerly known as insurance agents, brokers, solicitors, adjusters, and managing general agents. Specifically, the Act governs the qualification and procedures for the licensing of insurance producers, adjusters, and managing general agents, and simplifies and organizes some statutory language to improve efficiency, permits the use of new technology, and reduces costs associated with issuing and renewing insurance licenses. In addition, the Act creates a new regulatory environment which allows other states and territories to recognize the Virgin Islands insurance producer license in the same manner as other jurisdictions, thereby allowing for reciprocity between the Virgin Islands and other states and territories. Specifically included in the Producer and Adjuster Licensing Act are the following provisions. 1, a 20-hour of pre-licensing courses of study. 2, a standardized examination requirement. 3, a national criminal record check with fingerprinting. 4, 24 hours of continuing education coursework requirement every 2 years as a condition of licensure. The Act includes provision which clearly identifies violations which can result in the refusal, non-renewal, suspension, or revocation of a license, as well as a provision which increases the possible penalty for a violation to not less than $250 and not more than $10,000, depending on the severity of the offense. The Act also allows the Virgin Islands to participate in the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, NAIC, online system, including the NIPR, the National Insurance Producer Registry, and state-based system, SBS platform. These systems streamline the licensing process, reduce submissions, and improve regulatory efficiency. Both systems are operational in the territory. Bill number 36-0219 seeks to align the 2-year continuing education requirement with the licensure period for individual insurance producers. The bill accomplishes this by eliminating the current 1-year licensure term for individual insurance producer and replacing it with a 2-year licensure term. The focus of this bill is to streamline the licensure process for individual insurance producers who are already required to complete continuing education on a 2-year cycle. The continuing education provision was implemented in the Virgin Islands in January 2024. Accordingly, adopting a 2-year licensure term creates consistency, reduces administrative burden, and aligns the territory with national standards. The following reflects licensure periods among states and territory. 1-year licenses, there's 2 jurisdictions, the Virgin Islands as well as Guam. 2-year licensure period, 45 states have 2-year licensure period. 3-year licensure period, Iowa, Massachusetts, and Nevada. And perpetual licenses can be held in Florida, Maine, Michigan, North Carolina, and Virginia. Chairman Francis and honorable members of the committee, this concludes my testimony. I am available to respond to any questions the committee may have on behalf of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Glendina Matthews, for your testimony. Next. We don't have anyone else testify on this matter, right? Thank you. We'll recognize the bill sponsor and bill number 36-0221, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code Part 2, Chapter 43, Subchapter 1, Section 493, relating to the alcohol consumption and establish the Impaired Driving and Highway Sobriety Checkpoint Program Safety Fund. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for presentation of this bill. Very well. It seems like Senator Fonseca may be out of the room at this time.
Hello, good day. Mr. Chair, yeah, he stepped out.
Okay, very well. We could go ahead and take care of some housekeeping. We have, first of all, Madam Clerk, can you please read Senator Maurice James' excuse letter into the record? And then we'll hear from Attorney Charlene Rogers in regards to the question of legal opinion, legal clarification that we wanted from legal counsel. Madam Clerk.
This. 1 minute, sir.
Very well. While we wait on the Madam Clerk for that correspondence, we'll go ahead and recognize Attorney Charlene Rogers. Madam Legal Counsel, are you clear on the question that have been asked and prepared to respond at this time, or you would like the question to be asked again?
Good morning, everyone. It's not on. It's not on? Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, I believe I understand the question that is before the body. I believe the question is, was it necessary to have the motion to hold the building committee? And answer is no. The original motion was to vote upon the bill vote upon the bill favorably, which failed for lack of a second. The motion failed, not the bill. So the bill automatically was held in committee by virtue of the motion not getting a second. So in essence, it wasn't necessary to have the second motion to hold the bill in committee, because when the motion failed for lack of a second, the bill was automatically held in committee.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you. That provides some clarity. And initially, that's what I thought, because of course, I went ahead and just put on record that the bill will be held in committee subsequent to the no second there at this time. So we're clear on that. Madam Legal Counsel, thank you for bringing some clarity to that issue. Madam Clerk, are you prepared at this time to read Senator Maurice James' letter into the record?
No, sir, I'm not prepared as yet, sir.
Okay. All right, so Ms. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for presentation on bill number 36-0221.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon to all the viewing and listening audience, my colleagues and invited testifiers. Colleagues, I rise today to introduce bill number 36-0221, legislation that amends Title 20 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to alcohol-impaired driving, and that establishes the Impaired Driving and Highway Sobriety Checkpoint Program Safety Fund. This bill builds upon my previous commercial drivers bill number 36-0123, which was signed into the law as Act number 904 in November. This act lowered the permissible blood alcohol content for commercial motor vehicle operators from 0.08. That prior legislation strengthened our laws by increasing penalties and fines